And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to Mo. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there. The session starts. Your company required. So now twice a day we're having sessions today. So the second installment is now what is going on. If you are available, avail yourself of it. One man went to Mo. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, holy, holy, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. And there it is right there. The holy, holy song from the Igbo people. From the Igbo people. So, holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. So I'm going to go straight into the readout. So let's just dive and delve straight into it. More airlines to board. Should I actually start with this one? Let me start with this one. So let's start it from here. Uh, Emirates is ending all flights to Nigeria. Will British Airways and Virgin follow? So there it is right there. And it's all around the squeeze on the Naira within the Nigerian space. So now let's now see now if this decision has been made and what led to the decision. Emirates is to suspend operations in Nigeria next month due to the trapped funds of over $72 million that the country's government has been unwilling to release. Traditionally an important market for global couriers, Nigeria has recently restricted access to foreign currency for imports and for investors seeking to repatriate their revenue due to a shortage of dollars. So why the shortage of dollars? We all know why there is a shortage of dollars. Bosses at Emirates had dropped the. Let's take that entirely all over again. Actually, I didn't like the flow of that. Emirates is to suspend operations in Nigeria next month due to trapped funds of over $72 million that the country's government has been unwilling to release. Traditionally an important market for global couriers, Nigeria has recently restricted access to foreign currency for imports and for investors seeking to repatriate their revenue due to a shortage of dollars. Bosses at Emirates had hoped that dialogue behind the scenes would help them recover these blocked remittances. A debt standing at some $85 million and rising by $10 million every month due to operational cost of 11 weekly flights to Lagos and 5 to Abuja. But it would seem the latest bout of inaction from the government has been the final straw. Emirates has tried every avenue to address our ongoing challenges in repatriating funds from Nigeria and has made considerable efforts to initiate dialogue with the relevant authorities for their urgent intervention to help find a viable solution. Regrettably, there has been no progress, reads a statement by the airline. With the effect from the 15th of August 2022, Emirates will be forced to reduce flights from Dubai to Lagos from 11 per week to 7 per week. We have had no choice but to take this action to mitigate the continued losses Emirates is experiencing as a result of funds being blocked in Nigeria. As a result, from Thursday, the 1st of September, all Emirates services in Nigeria will be cancelled. Clearly worried about the economic impact or even domino effect that this could have, Nigeria's Aviation Ministry has responded by saying it was working hard to release the trapped funds. In the past, Nigeria has demonstrated the capacity and willingness and fairness to resolve this type of issues. Hidi Abubakar Siraka, Minister of Aviation, told CBN yesterday. It happened when we took over power in 2015. There were lots of blocked funds, about $600 billion at the time. It was at a time when the country was in recession and there were dwindling revenues coming to the country. Yet we honored our obligation to pay out all blocked funds. Unfortunately, due to many factors and reasons, the money piled back up. The government is working hard to ensure that these monies are released, not only for Emirates, but all airlines affected, he added. Indeed, Emirates won't be the only airline feeling the pinch in Nigeria right now. Back in June, the International Air Transport Association claimed that Nigerian officials were withholding $450 million in revenue that international couriers are operating in the country had earned. As it stands, Emirates' debt is only 1/12 of the entire port. This begs the question, are there any United Kingdom-based couriers currently owed money in Nigeria? And would they be tempted to take their business elsewhere? British Airways currently flies to the country's capital, Abuja, from London Heathrow 5 days per week on a Boeing 777 with a flight time of 6 hours and 15 minutes. The airline also flies 5 days a week to Lagos from Heathrow on a Boeing 777 service, which touches down in 6 hours and 35 minutes. Virgin Atlantic, meanwhile, currently operates a daily service between Heathrow and Lagos on an Airbus A330. Virgin calls Lagos one of the busiest cities in Africa and is a popular route on the continent. The good news is that, at least for the moment, neither airlines appears to be reducing services, with one British Airways source telling us that they have no plans to change services to Nigeria. Virgin Atlantic also remains tight-lipped on developments in Nigeria, but it looks as though its Lagos services is safe for now. Whatever their situation, both airlines will certainly be paying close attention to what Emirates' decision might mean for an already turbulent market. Roughly 90% of Nigeria's foreign exchange comes from oil, but a host of issues, including underfunding and pipeline theft, have meant that officials are not releasing old funds as fast as foreign investors and firms would like. Making matters worse, Nigeria's central bank continues to deal with a plunging currency value. In 2020, a steep fall in dollar revenue forced the bank to devalue its currency naira by more than 20%. And just last month, it dropped to a new all-time low against the dollar. Nigeria may also just be the tip of the iceberg for airlines. According to reports, other African nations currently withholding funds from global couriers include Algeria, $96 million, Eritrea, $79 million, Ethiopia, $75 million, and Zimbabwe, which owes a whopping $100 million. These debts won't have been helped by the recent C-19 pandemic and its impact on tourism. As for what impact this will have on the United Kingdom carriers, carriers, not couriers, on the United Kingdom carriers, time will tell. So there it is right there. So it looks as though then they've looted all the dollars now, not able to pay, and they're not paying the airlines anything more than what they have earned. So that's the thing. They are not paying the airlines anything more than what they have earned. So it is actually their money, and they are looking to remit it to their central base. But they've stolen all the dollars in Nigeria, as you know, as you well know from sending money home. And there it is right there. The airlines are now canceling services. More airlines to boycott Nigeria over trapped $464 million. IATA wants. So IATA, of course, it's quite pertinent to note that the $464 million that the airlines are looking to retrieve from Nigeria, which is their money, is the same amount of money that Abubakar Malami wants to steal from Nigeria with the Paris Club scam. So there it is right there, and that is Nigeria summed up in that little cameo. More airlines to boycott Nigeria over trapped $464 million. IATA warns. The International Air Transport Association has said that unless Nigeria releases $464 million revenue due to foreign airlines and trapped in the Central Bank of Nigeria, more airlines may suspend operations into Nigeria. In a statement issued on Friday, the Regional Vice President, Africa and Middle East, Khalil Al-Wadi, said IATA was disappointed that the amount of funds belonging to airlines, which were blocked from repatriation by the Nigerian government, has grown to $464 million in July. According to him, government should release the trapped funds before more damage is done, adding that IATA has been vindicated with the planned suspension of flights to Nigeria by Emirates Airline. The statement said, IATA is disappointed that the amount of airline monies blocked from repatriation by the Nigerian government grew to $464 million in July. This is airline money, and its repatriation is protected by international agreements in which Nigeria is participant. IATA's many warnings that failure to restore timely repatriation will hurt Nigeria with reduced air connectivity are proven true with the withdrawal of Emirates from the market. Airlines cannot be expected to fly if they cannot realize the revenue from the ticket sales. Loss of air connectivity harms the local economy, hurts investors' confidence, impacts job and people's livelihood. It is time for the government of Nigeria to prioritize the release of airline funds before more damage is done. Meanwhile, Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative has urged Central Bank of Nigeria to ensure prompt release of the foreign airlines draft funds. In a statement signed by the Secretary General of the initiative, Olumide Ohunayo, it expressed dismay over the handling of the matter by the federal government, adding that the whole scenario portrays a sector that is in need of urgent intervention. So when you have a Fulani in charge of anything, of course, Saki Saradi or something, some idiot or person, ARTI is dismayed by the appalling handling of the accumulated foreign airline funds trapped in our banks due to the non-allocation of Forex to these airlines. In a bilateral air service agreement, an article in the agreement, transfer of earnings, clearly states that each designated airline shall have the right to convert and remit to its own country on demand local revenues in excess of some locally disbursed. Conversion and remittance shall be permitted without delay in accordance with the prevailing foreign exchange regulations. International trade is bounded by agreements which are sacrosanct and respected. Nigeria cannot do otherwise if we crave the attention of investors in our industry. It is important to state that foreign airlines sold these tickets at the official IATA rate and cannot be expected to go to the parallel market to source, convert, and remit as opined in some quarters. So what they are saying now is, so it's quite important to pause for a moment to reflect on that particular statement, because it's quite clear what is being said there. So let's just reread that again. It says, so where was it? It says international trade is bounded by agreements which are sacrosanct and respected. Nigeria cannot do otherwise if we crave the attention of investors in our industry. It is important to state that foreign airlines, so this is the space that I wanted to especially pay attention to. It is important to state that foreign airlines sold these tickets at the IATA rate. So they've sold I think the IATA is the international or is the global umbrella for airlines. So it's essentially their trade body, and they set a fair rate for air flights. So let's say, for instance, a distance to a distance should be X amount of money, and then they leave the room for profit making. So the airlines they set their ticket price based on those rates that has been set by the IATA. So those rates, of course, they are underpinned by the official conversion rate of the country's local currency. So note that it is important to state that the foreign airlines sold these tickets at the official IATA rate. So note that, and cannot be expected to go to the parallel market to source, convert, and remit as opined in some quarters. So what is being said is these airlines sold the tickets at official rates, but people are now mocking them that they should go to the parallel market, which is the black market that we know, to go and remit their money via that space. So that is a categorical loss, of course, because the official rate are around 400 to the dollar, the black market rate around 800 to the dollar. So they are taking a 50%. So you are just going to bankrupt them, are you not? So that's the necessity that we're contending with in Nigeria. International trade is bounded by agreements which are sacrosanct and respected. Nigeria cannot do otherwise if we crave the attention of investors in our industry. It is important to state that foreign airlines sold these tickets at the official IATA rate and cannot be expected to go to the parallel market to source, convert, and remit, as opined in some quarters. The central bank should do the needful as enshrined in the BASA agreement. These funds should have been remitted at the official rate on date of sale immediately the airline got clearance after paying all the local obligations, including taxes, ARTI said. Ohunayo noted further that the action of the government on the matter has affected the country's image as a country that is not investment friendly. So, I mean, what defines as not being invested is investment friendly more than you take your money into a space to invest. You invest at risk of your money, you make a little bit of profit, and the government freezes your account. Because that's, oh, they will freeze your money because that's essentially what's happening now. So they've frozen their money. And the value cost of that money, the turnaround cost of that money being frozen, is on a daily, hourly impact. If they be able to take that money into the capital market, they would have been able to make something out of it if they turned it around on their business. So there's a value cost even to this space. So if they're saying investment friendly, this is how not to be that way. Yeah. So Ohunayo noted further that the action of the government on the matter has affected the country's image as a country that is not investment friendly. The damage that our action has done to the Nigerian image as an investment friendly nation is far reaching. While the citizenry is faced with high fares, reduced capacity, and limited traveling options, which will worsen if we continue on this trajectory. We found ourselves in this unenviable situation because we lack capacity to compete, which would have reduced the remittance volume. The unborn Air Nigeria cannot produce this capacity, irrespective of the funds allocated, but by an aggregated process of developing our industry to produce vibrant flag carriers that will be courted by commercial partnerships, which is a purveyor for successful international flight operations. We are also of the opinion that to kickstart this process, a functional and credible data gathering methodology for the industry is necessary. We cannot continue to blow hot air without verifiable data, he said. So there it is right there. As with everything, as with everything Nigerian, a categorical failure. So a categorical failure, and we latch from that failure to this failure. Price of kerosene cooking gas increases by 98.7% and 105% respectively in 1 year. In 1 year. So there it is. The July 2022 household kerosene price watch has indicated a 98.76% increment a year on year in the average retail price per liter of the essential fuel. The report was released by the National Bureau of Statistics in Abuja on Friday. According to the report, the average retail price per liter, which sold at 397 naira 0.34 in July, jumped to 789.75 in July 2021 jumped to 789.75 in July 2022. The report said on a month-on-month basis, there was a 3.68% increase of the product in July 2020, etc., etc. On state profile analysis, the report revealed that the highest average per price liter of kerosene in July 2022 was recorded in Enugu with 1,003 naira 68 kobo, followed by Ekiti with 989 naira 58 kobo, and Osun 949. On the other hand, on the other hand, the lowest price was recorded in Bayelsa, followed by Benue and Rivers. The report said that analysis by zone showed that the Southwest recorded the highest average retail price per liter of household kerosene with 900, followed by the Southeast, then the North Central, while the South-South recorded the lowest. In addition, the average retail price per gallon of household kerosene paid by consumers in July 2022 was 2,889 naira. So on and on it goes, but then of course, there it is right there. So there it is right there. But it looks as though rescue is coming, and that rescue may well be coming from Adamawa. How I will address Nigeria's electricity crisis. Atiku Abubakar, the man with a plan. Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Atiku Abubakar, says he has the most proactive plan to lead Nigeria out of darkness. He stated this in a statement he issued on Thursday in Abuja. Atiku, a former vice president, said that let's take that again. Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Atiku Abubakar, says he has the most proactive plan to lead Nigeria out of darkness. He stated this in a statement he issued on Thursday in Abuja. Atiku, the former vice president, said that having keenly observed developments in the power sector in the last 24 hours, he was again convinced of his planned solution for the electricity crisis. He said the solution, as encapsulated in his policy document titled My Covenant with Nigerians, remained the most proactive plan to lead Nigeria out of darkness. He said his approach, if elected as president, was first to remove the entire electricity value chain from the exclusive list and give states the power to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity for themselves. An industrial dispute with the federal government in Abuja should not affect an industry in Lagos or a factory in Aba or in Kano, or even an average Nigerian who just wants to get home, watch the news, and sleep under a ceiling fan. Secondly, my policy shall aim at achieving greater coordination of investment in the entire electricity value chain. Investment in additional generation capacity are futile without consideration for the complementary transmission and distribution infrastructure to wheel the additional energy. Any investment in additional generation capacity would be competitively procured, considering a viable mix of renewable, hydro, solar, wind, and biofuel, and non-renewable coal gas options for energy security. Atiku said the third solution would be that ahead of procuring additional generation, both transmission and distribution capacity would be enhanced with the government and private sector support for investment. In that regard, the PDP candidate said he would encourage private investors to invest in the development of multiple greenfield mini-grid transmission systems to be looped into the super grid in the medium to long term. This, according to him, and by the way, anyway, let me finish the reading. This, according to him, would be done whilst allowing the federal government to focus on policy regulation and standardization. Atiku said his aspiration to be president was to protect the interest of the average Nigerian in all circumstances. On this, I stand to say that I have no interest either directly or indirectly in any generation company, as has been publicly revealed. So, or that should be, well, if it's been revealed, then you do have an interest. Well, that should be as has been publicly speculated. So that is quite a thing by Atiku Abubakar. And I've always said, and I continue to say, and this particular, I'm going to reread that piece. I am going to reread that piece, and then we will go through it in details. Because the man that has the best plan for the Nigerian state is Atiku Abubakar. It is not consumption, production, and some brainless, nonsensical, idiotic production. Just not some brainless nonsense. A detailed, structured plan. Not going to Egypt and going to do photo opportunity and pointing at grids and saying, I have been to Egypt, we are going to do a comparative study, none of that nonsense. Let's reread that piece, because this is a plan. This is a plan. Listen to this, man. I mean, what is going on? This is a plan, not all this, and I'll go to Egypt, and then it's a comparative study, and it's going around the world to do a comparative study. No. This is a detailed plan. How I will address Nigeria's electricity crisis. Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party. I'm going to read it again, but then we'll phase it to reflect on the to reflect on the key points as we hit them. Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Atiku Abubakar, says he has the most proactive presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). Oh, sorry, I think the mighty Mr. Gomez is telling me that the link is not there. Okay, so there it is. So I want you to read along with me and pay a special should I even share the screen? Because this is an important document. This is not just some semi-illiterate going around saying consumption, and so just constituting an annoyance to people. Let me share the screen so you can see it as I'm saying it. Okay, so there it is. How I will address Nigeria's electricity crisis, Atiku Abubakar. Presidential, should I expand that more? Let me say, okay. Oh, that's a bit too much. Let me bring it back a bit. It's just so you can see it fully. So, because I want a full understanding of what is being said here. Okay. All right. So you should be able to see it like that. All right. Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Atiku Abubakar, says he has the most proactive plan to lead Nigeria out of darkness. He stated this in a statement he issued on Thursday in Abuja. Atiku, a former vice president, said that having keenly observed developments in the power sector in the last 24 hours, he was again convinced of his planned solution to electricity crisis. He said the solution, as encapsulated in his policy document titled My Covenant with Nigerians, remains the most proactive plan to lead Nigeria out of darkness. He said his plan, okay, so I think we're getting to it now. He said his approach, if elected as president, was to first remove the entire electricity value chain from the exclusive list and give states the power to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity themselves. So let's pause there for a moment, because that's the first key point. So there it is right there. I have often told you that the Atiku plan is a liberalization plan. And the reason why I have often said, and I continue to say, that Atiku has the best plan for Nigeria is because Atiku, like I think, because Now, I think alongside with what Atiku posits as a policy position, so let me put it that way. I think alongside as Atiku posits as a policy position, that the role of government is in regulation, and that is it right there. So the government does not have to warehouse key developmental spaces for a country in an exclusive list, no, to stymie development, no. What the government's role is to liberalize the whole economic space and put in regulation that advantages the people. And that is Atiku's plan. And this is it right here. He said his approach, if elected as president, was first to remove the entire electricity value chain from the exclusive list and give states the power to, one, generate, two, transmit, and distribute electricity. So let's look at those spaces. So it liberalizes that space. Lagos has plenty of water, so we can build dams there. All the riverine areas, they have dams, and the states can generate as much electricity as they can. And the states that do not have that capacity, they can distribute for profit that electricity. So they light up the whole space just within a space of about 2-3 years. So that's just easily done. All the structures are there. And what keeps Nigeria in darkness is the fact that electricity, and why is electricity even on the exclusive list? It's not anything of any national anything. It's not like defense or anything. So it's not anything other than an internal thing for growth. So why is it even on the exclusive list? So he's going to liberalize that space, and that will light up. It's not just like the GSM. We saw what happened there, which was a facilitation of Atiku. So it carries on. An industrial dispute with the government in Abuja should not affect an industry in Lagos or a factory in Aba or in Kano or even an average Nigerian who just wants to get home, watch the news, and go to sleep under a ceiling fan. Secondly, my policy shall aim at achieving greater coordination of investment in the entire electricity value chain. So greater coordination again, and this is a problem that the Nigerian space has, and that can be a policy position, by the way. So you can have coordination as a policy position rather than as a goodwill of satellite agencies. So what is meaning by greater coordination of investment? So the person generating, the person distributing, the person transmitting, by virtue of governmental policy, they are forced or even induced to synergize so that it's a seamless flow through to the end user. This is what it means. So this is a plan. This is a plan, not some program. Then the consumption. This is not consumption. This is a plan. Secondly, my policy, sorry if I'm getting a bit too worked up, but this is what we're talking about. Let me just calm myself down. But this is what we're talking about, things like this, because these sort of things are what decisions are made on. So this is a policy position. So if we're now able to nail him down to this policy position, that almost with certainty guarantees electricity in Nigeria, not some fancy trip to Egypt, pointing at our dams and saying, I am doing comparative study, policy production. No. This is what we want. And this is where everybody has to be, not some grand statement, ambiguous, lacking in substance or sense. Secondly, my policy shall aim at achieving greater coordination of investment in the entire electricity value chain. Investment in additional generation capacity are futile without consideration for the complementary transmission and distribution infrastructure to wield the additional energy. So how often have we heard that the country has the capacity to generate X amount of megawatts, but it only has the capacity to distribute, to transmit and distribute a lower amount of megawatts? So what is the purpose of you having that capacity to generate however much if there is no end use for it? Totally meaningless, upside down, idiotic nonsense. So you have to either in synergy or with the distribution and transmission leading first. So that is established. So whatever capacity you are able to generate, then the capacity to transmit and distribute is already laid. This is it, not consumption, please. Let's talk like we have a brain in this conversation. Any investment in additional generation capacity would be competitively procured considering a viable mixture of renewable, hydro, solar, and biofuel, and non-renewable coal gas options for energy security. Atiku said the third solution would be that ahead of procuring additional generation, both transmission and distribution capacity would be enhanced with government and private sector support for investment. So there it is, exactly as I just said. Just listen to that. The third solution would be ahead of So essentially, let's just pull it down to base level wordings. So ahead of generating more electricity, transmission and distribution capacities will be increased, which is what enhanced means, with government and so with a PPP arrangement. So that's it. In that regard, the PDP candidate said he would encourage private investors to invest in the development of multiple greenfield mini grid transmission systems to be looped into the super grid in the medium to long term. So I think that is self-explanatory. But if you don't, it's a bit like all these micro refineries that you have in some instances. So you have a super grid, which is the national grid, but it's going to encourage environmentally friendly, that is what a greenfield is, and environmentally friendly mini grids, which generates for its usage, and the spillover then looped into a super grid. So that is it, and that is a plan. This, according to him, would be done whilst allowing the federal government to focus on policy, regulation, and standardization, which is exactly the function of government. The government has no business in business. The government is a regulator, and this is what Atiku understands. This, according to him, will be done whilst allowing the federal government to focus on policy, regulation, and standardization. Atiku said his aspiration to be president was to protect. So this is a political nonsense. So, but we read it. But the important bit is what we've already dealt with. So this is him now canvassing. Atiku said his aspiration to be president was to protect the interest of the average Nigerian in all circumstances. On this, I stand to say that I have no interest, either directly or indirectly, in any generation company, as has been publicly revealed. So to say it was publicly revealed is to suggest that, sorry, I had to reread that because I want us to have a full understanding of what this guy is saying. So this is where engagement is with people. This is where the politics necessarily have to be. Haven't been through what we have been through. So we don't need some magic snake oil man selling us a fool's gold, some abracadabra thing that has no meaning. We want something that is detailed, that we can nail down and interrogate, which is what Atiku presents. So this is what we're looking at, not some yam sorry, but not we are past just peppy little sound bites. We are past peppy little sound bites, consumption in some docile squeaky voice. No, none of that. Put it down so we can interrogate it as we are interrogating Atiku's plans now. Put it down. We want to see your document. Show me your particulars. Nonsense. Oh, sorry. So that's the rant out of the way. Apologies. So on to the next, 2023. Obasanjo reportedly chose region which should produce next president. So I think this is some the ongoing spill out of the Obasanjo-Tinubu meeting that took place yesterday. Former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, has disclosed that the southern region should normally produce the next president of Nigeria in 2023. The former president reportedly said this at his hilltop home in Abeokuta on Wednesday, whilst meeting with the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Tinubu. According to correspondents, Obasanjo insisted that it should be the turn of the South to produce Nigeria's next president. The platform, however, didn't, I don't know what they mean by the platform. The platform, however, didn't name its source, which it claimed was privy to the meeting between Obasanjo and Tinubu. So, yes, Obasanjo was quoted to have said, I am very much aware that it is the turn of the South to produce the next president of Nigeria. I was part of the meeting when the agreement was made between the northern and southern leaders. He added that it would be an injustice for the North to retain power after 8 years of Malam Buhari. It will be an injustice to the South if the North retains power after 8 years of rule. We will do the right thing when the time comes. Okay, so that's that. So that's that. Let me go on to the next. All right, I'll just give you the headline of this and maybe 2-3 paragraphs because I think the headline might already tell you all you need to know. Nigerians may use Togo Ghana airports for international travels as more airlines will suspend services to Nigeria, Foreign Airline Association. The president of the Association of Foreign Airlines and Representatives in Nigeria, Kingsley Nwo-Kioma, has said the Emirates Airlines suspension of its flights to Nigeria over trapped Forex is just the beginning, as more international carriers will join soon if nothing was done to address their concerns. Kingsley said this whilst reacting to the trapped Forex of international airlines in Nigeria, which is the major reason Emirates Airlines suspended its flight. The International Air Transport Association has expressed concern over the decision by the Nigerian government to block foreign airlines from repatriating ticket sales revenue amounting to $450 million. The amount keeps changing with every article into their respective countries. In his reaction, the president of the Association of Foreign Airlines and Representatives in Nigeria noted that if other countries were like Nigeria, the industry would not have existed as there would be no money for maintenance. Correspondents quoted him as saying, this is just the beginning. It is over $1 billion that is being held, and they, foreign airlines, cannot repatriate it. If other countries are like Nigeria, there will not be any industry because this money is used for maintenance. Even the money used to pay staff in Nigeria is coming from other climes. Aviation industry is all about 100% safety. If there is no money, safety will not be 100% guaranteed. So it is going to continue. Emirates has kick-started it, and I am sure that you are aware that British Airways has cut flights into Nigeria, and that is how it's going to start. Just like Emirates did, they will first of all cut their flights into Nigeria, and they will look at it holistically again, and if it is not working out, then it is not working out. This did not start today. It started over the years, and the government is not doing anything. Speaking further, he said, look at it this way. When things were not this bad, what commitments did the government make? Is it now that things are gloomy? So we hope that we don't have to go to Benin Republic, Togo or Ghana before we can fly out or do international travel. He observed that most passengers from Nigeria traveled to Dubai and the Middle East using Emirates Airline. So if they are not coming into Nigeria, it means there is going to be a big vacuum which nobody can fill. It will continue because the airlines will start reducing frequency, he said. I keep asking this question that if other climes are behaving like Nigeria, will there be an aviation sector? The airplanes that come in or not are the airplanes that come in are not our freight. They have to pay Boeing, they pay Airbus, they pay all these people. They have a payment scheme, and where is the money coming from? So this is what I was saying in my commentary in that space as well. So this money that is being held up in Nigeria, it has a multiplier effect. It has a cascading effect on the business models of these people because it's sort of a cyclical, just-in-time sort of system that these companies run on. So they run on a system that X amount will be coming in to service this sort of need that has to be serviced, and then that cycles. So a lot of these airlines, they actually lease their planes from Boeing. They have a staff overhead. They have all manners of things that they have to pay for. And all of this is embedded in their capacity to earn. So if you hold their money in Nigeria, that does not then mean that Boeing is going to tell them that, oh, Nigeria is not letting you take your money, so you don't have to pay us. They still have to pay for their lease. They still have to pay for whatever it is they have to pay for, pay staff, pay everything. They still have to make all manners of payment. But so this is the thing. Those are the auxiliary effects of things like that. So let's go on back to Atiku again. Atiku Wike face off. Truth committee meet in Port Harcourt. So this one, I'm not quite sure when it will ever end. So I'm not going to give you the fullness of it. Okay, it's not that long. Maybe I'll give you the fullness of it. The committee seeking to that should be broker, not broke. The committee seeking to broker truce between feuding People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike has opened discussions in Port Harcourt. Both camps met on Friday at Government House, Port Harcourt, with the presidential candidate represented by Governor of Adamawa State, Amadu Umar Fintiri, Honorable Adamu Waziri, and Honorable Eyitayo Jegede. Host Wike's team has former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mohammed Bello Adeko, former Governor of Rivers State, Donald Duke, former Governor of Ondo State, Olusegun Mimiko, and former Governor of Gombe, Ibrahim Dankwambo. Breaking off after 4 hours of deliberation, Governor Fintiri disclosed that interaction were ongoing to achieve desired resolution. He reckoned that Nigerians were waiting on PDP to clinch power from the All Progressives Congress APC in 2023 to redeem the country from the bad governance by the ruling party. Urging Nigerians to be patient, Fintiri said, "We are aware Nigerians are anxiously waiting for PDP to take over government in 2023. We have met as leaders, members of the same political family. We have opened discussions. Work is in progress and we will continue. At the end of the day, we will broker peace and we will unify the party and Nigerians." Former Ondo State Governor Olusegun Mimiko further expressed optimism in the committee's agreement to bring about unity in the party soon, hinting that the committee will meet again to further deliberate on issues that needs to be addressed. We have agreed that there is need for us to enhance unity within our party. This is a reconciliation process. There are some issues out there which needs further deliberation when the committee meets again, Mimiko emphasized. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and Governor Wike had an encounter in Abuja, in the Abuja residence of the former Minister of Information and National Orientation, Jerry Gana, agreed weeks back to constitute the Truth Committee. So it's just a bit of a nonsense. So let's just leave that there. Okay, two more, and then I'll come into the room to see if we have anybody to take it on. So this is a follow-on from what we were discussing in the earlier session. While we shut down AIT, beat FM 50 others, NBC. So let's see if there's any additional information. The National Broadcasting Commission has disclosed reasons for revoking the licenses of Silverbird Television, African Independent Television AIT, Beat FM, Mega Electric Limited, Lagos, and several other broadcast stations across the nation. According to the NBC Director General Balarabe Shehu, the affected stations were shut down for not renewing their broadcast licenses and for having outstanding debts, expressing that operation of the debtor station is illegal and constitutes a threat to national security. So how quite not renewing your license for a radio station constitutes a threat to national? This is just the language, isn't it? But then who is speaking Balarabe? So what does Balarabe know about Balarabe Shehu? What does he know about anything? Shehu, in a statement on Friday, stated that the affected stations were given 2 weeks waiver May to renew their licenses, but they refused to heed the warning. The statement reads partly, therefore, after due consideration, NBC hereby announces the revocation of the licenses of the stations and give them 24 hours to shut down their operations. Our offices nationwide are hereby directed to collaborate with security agencies to ensure immediate compliance. The Commission also calls on all IPTV, Internet Protocol Television, and all other broadcast stations that are streaming online to register with the Commission to avoid disconnection. So I'm not quite sure. So if you have a YouTube channel now, you have to go and register with Balarabe. Imagine that. Imagine that. Empty head Balarabe from Borno. Broadcasters should note that having a DTT or FM license does not warrant a broadcaster to stream online. They are 2 different licenses. So there it is right there. So they want to double the money. So it's a double the money deal. So they should have an all-encompassing license is what I would suggest. So back to Tinubu and his meeting, back to Obasanjo and his meeting with Tinubu. So a little soup song, and then we come into the room. What I told Tinubu when he visited me, Obasanjo. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo shared one of the jokes he made with the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC Bola Ahmed Tinubu when he visited him in his Abeokuta residence on Wednesday. It will be recalled that Tinubu on Wednesday visited the ex-president at his penthouse located within the premises of the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library, 1 Moson, Abeokuta. Tinubu was accompanied by 2 former governors of the state, Olusegun Oshoba and Otumba Gbenga Daniels, billionaire businessman Femi Otedola. Oh, right. I never knew Otedola was on board with Tinubu, so there it is. Billionaire businessman Femi Otedola and former interim national chairman of APC, Chief Bisi Akonde, Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila, amongst others. Both Obasanjo and Tinubu refused to address the media after their closed-door meeting. Obasanjo, while speaking at the inauguration of a 300-man planning committee on the installation of the new Oluwu of Owu. So that's not Oluwu of Owu, that's Olowu of Owu. Oba Saka Matemilola said he told Tinubu that, that he had added 2 phrases in Yoruba vocabulary. He said, now we have 2 vocabularies in Yoruba dictionary, Emi Lokan and Olule. These 2 vocabularies are now popularly used. I asked Bola and he laughed. I said whether the vocabulary are good or bad, we have started using them. So yes, I thought it was more than that, but that's probably so. That's but Obasanjo is noted for his wit and so Obasanjo is noted for his wit. So So no surprises there. So no surprises there. So so let's come into the room then and see who's ready to take it on. But let's acknowledge first, of course, Alexander Gomez's super chat. And by the way, the super chat function is not limited at all to Alexander Gomez. So it's not the only one that is allowed to use the super chat. What Alexander Gomez does is he clicks on that $sign and then he super chats to the platform. So you are allowed to do it as well at your discretion, of course. So this is what Alexander super chats to the space. Welcome on board to another educative, provocative, and informative session. I appreciate you all. So Alexander, of course, the chairman of the platform. So there it is right there. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander, as we meet the panelists. Ovie, I see you. IPOB of San Diego, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Ola, I see you. Engineer, I see you. Kulata, I see you. To Niger, I see you. And a man from Australia, not of Australia, Canada, Babakure, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Always a delight in your company. And straight to it then, and straight to, how do I even adjust this thing? Okay, let me just put it like that. Straight to it then, and straight to Kolata. Let's kick it off with, sorry, can everybody mute themselves? Actually, let me start with IPOB, since he's ready to go. And IPOB, what are you eating?
Some chicken.
Chicken.
Yeah.
Look at that. At this time of the night, no, it's all right.
What do you mean? I'm in USA. You know, this is about 6:38.
All right. You should only be sorry that you are not sharing it with the rest of us. So where is?
It's okay. Next time I share it with you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Okay, let's get into it then. Good to have you on. But I was going to kick it off with Kulata, but your mic was on, so let me kick it off with you. So let's go straight into it and go into the space then. Or do you want me to give you a moment to have your meal and come back to you?
Please.
All right. Let me give you a moment to have your meal. Okay. Let's kick it off with Kulata as we intended. Then he's probably not ready as well. Now, Kulata, are you ready to go?
I'm good. I'm good to go.
All right, brilliant. So, Kulata, let me take you straight to it. Then I got somewhat excitable about the Atiku plan. Atiku, I like him. What diminishes him or defeats him is just the sole fact that he's a Fulani man. But in terms of a plan, what are you making of his plan for the electricity sector, Kulata?
I mean, his plan is good, but his plan from a project planning timeline, it will take a long time for us to get to where we need to be, because his plan involves it involves deregulation. So that means we have to go to the House and the Senate and the government, and the presidency, and back to the states. It gets ratified and so on and so forth. So if I prefer like a timeline-based approach, because if a president gets in there, what can he do in 4 years versus what he can do in 8 years? What Atiku is proposing, given the circumstances we know in Nigeria, that may not be done in 12 to 16 years. So while the plan is good on paper, it may be difficult to deliver.
No, it's not reinventing the wheel. It's going to append this policy positioning.
Okay, let's go through this policy positioning. He needs to take out electricity from the what's the name of that list again? From the exclusive list. From the exclusive list. What will that take before you do that? Won't that take a constitutional amendment?
Well, if the House is in support, then that might not be long. It might not necessarily
it will take,
be as
it will take a constitutional amendment. So essentially, his first term is gone.
No. What do you mean his first term? This is something that can happen in a matter of months.
No, it cannot.
It's a constitutional appendage rather than a constitutional amendment.
What's the difference between an appendage and amendment? If you need
because
to tweak,
you are adding to rather than changing it completely.
Yeah, but it still needs to get ratified. It still needs to go through the process, go to the presidency and ratified by 2/3 of the states.
Yeah, but Kulata, if that process is on board, then there's nothing that stops it to fast track through.
Yes, if that process is on board, I don't think you can fast track any addition or removal to the constitution. I don't think that process can be fast tracked because it has to go through
What's the
politicians.
process? He has to go through the House, be read
Yeah,
twice,
it will go
through
through.
the Senate, be
It
read
will go
twice,
through the House. It will go
presented
through.
to the president to
Yeah, but
assent.
you're mentioning it like there's no. Wait,
It's a
wait, wait.
five-phase process.
It's 5 phase, but for
Yeah.
each phase in the House, it will go through how many readings, and then I mean, it can go through how many readings, and then a lot of rogue rep members may delay it, and that's just the House. So before it gets to the House, you cannot put a timeline to it. Same thing with the Senate. First reading, second reading, anybody can put a kibosh to it at any point in time. So you must be a genius politician to be able to kind of like get everybody along, carry them along, buy them off to be able to get the constitutional amendment
No,
done.
you don't have to buy them off because
You do.
I think
You do.
Why do you? People are on board for this change. It's
That
not
is
a
what you
change that
think.
offends. No, but it's not a change that offends anybody.
That's what you think. This is
Okay,
not.
who
This is not
does it
Kulata and
offend?
one man. This is not Kulata and one man. There's a reason we've not been able to make a lot of like obvious constitutional amendment because of interest. People are making money because we don't have electricity. Those people have people in House and Senate. So don't think everybody's just gonna all of a sudden say, "Kumbaya, we know we should do the right thing. Let's pass this constitutional amendment."
No, I
So
think
while
you're being
it is,
too cynical. I think you're being too
I'm not being
cynical.
too cynical because okay, let's look at pick one constitutional amendment we've done in Nigeria. Okay, look at petroleum PIB bill. PIB bill is something everybody knows we should
Yeah,
have
but,
had.
but there was vested interest that stymied that.
There's vested interest in power too. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. There's vested interest in power. It's not, don't think everybody wants us to have power because some people are making money for us not having power.
All
People,
right.
let me give you an example. The people supplying you diesel, they won't like it if you have power. The people supplying you gensets, they won't like it if you have power. The people supplying lantern and all sorts of things, generators.
Mechanos.
I mean, they have vested interest. So while the plan is good, what the part I don't like about the plan is going to be the timeline, because I cannot put a project plan to that because I cannot dictate when Senate and House are going to act right. So something that I cannot put in like a statement of work, that I have a scope around it, a timeline around it, a budget around it, something I cannot grab as a project manager, is probably going to be a pie in the sky idea.
No,
No,
I don't agree with that. But those are your thoughts.
I like Atiku's plan. I like Atiku, but I'm looking at the current realities. If it needs to go through a lot of political process, then it's probably not going to pan out. The only way it can pan out is if Atiku pulls out his genius political hat. You need a politician to be able to pull this move out. So that means he has to maybe buy everybody off and get them in line. So I mean, that's what I think. But there are other things we can do. Privatizing the transmission company of Nigeria is a possibility. So how do you now do that? Because we first need to kind of like do like proper inventory of the assets.
Does that not also take it out of the exclusive list?
Yeah, the transmission, not the generation. So you can privatize. I think you can still privatize the transmission. You see, we privatize the distribution. If we privatize the transmission and then we focus a lot of investment in the generation, but we can't do a lot of that without reliable gas pipeline network. So there's some things we need to do as a matter of urgency for us to be able to kind of like get any reliable power. The gas network needs to be done. It needs to be done sharp. I know they're doing some to Ogun State. At least let's prioritize gas networks to all industrial areas. So one to Lagos, to Ogun, to Aba, to Kaduna, wherever industry. We need solid gas pipelines. Then, before we decide to privatize anything, especially given Atiku's antecedents, we need to take proper audit and inventory of every single asset, because we're not going to do fire sale like Atiku used to do fire sale. If we're going to privatize it, we have to privatize it and do it properly. And then if we can get the TCN privatized and we have working gas lines, then gas pipelines, then from a generation capacity thing, that is where, without constitutional amendment is what will have fixed that, but we won't have any constitutional amendment. But at least we can invest in a lot of our generating area, the mix that we currently have. We have hydroelectric, we have some gas, and then I don't know if Nigeria can handle nuclear, and that will take too long to build. Let's forget nuclear. And then we can do solar. We can do that. That will not get us to heaven, but at least it's something that I can say in the next 4 years, I can get you to this place, as opposed to I want to put it in the hands of politicians. This one, I don't really need to put that much in the hands of politicians because I can control it. But then if you're going to prioritize transmission, you have to allow the tariff schedule. You need to let investors dictate your tariffs, because they need to make their money back. So you can't get in the way with trying to subsidize whatever. Because if for example, if we give Siemens buy off the transmission, the TCN in Nigeria, just buy it off, put it, charge whatever you're going to charge to the discos, let the discos pass the cost to what's it called, to the consumers. We will have power in 4 years. In 4 years, we will have.
Can I interject?
Yes, you can.
Okay, you were saying something about amending the constitution to support maybe unbundling or maybe
unbundling the generation,
the transmission, for example.
Now, yeah, we have TCN.
Hold on, Okulata. Let Ola put that point forward.
Yeah, so you are now suggesting something around TCN and like privatization, right? Is that what you are suggesting? Now,
yes.
Are you saying that with that they will not need the National Assembly to even pass some kind of law for them to be able to privatize?
You will need National Assembly, but it won't have to go back to the state. It's just going to be the normal National Assembly process.
That's where I have issue now. The same people that can actually amend the constitution, they will still need to amend the constitution for privatization of transmission network to happen. So
you're correct.
By looking at common grid, for example, what stopped this type of privatization we are talking about? What stopped them from handling the control of electricity to every state and now have a framework of how they are going to integrate? So either way,
I think that's what Atiku is talking about.
I get what Atiku is talking. I agree with Atiku on principle. It's just the timeline that worries me.
Don't worry about the timeline, because the timeline can elegantly be worded into the constitution. So I don't think it needs all this heavy lifting that you seem to have convinced that it does. It's just look, there are stratas. There's been several amendments. There's been several corrections to the Nigerian constitution all the way through. By the way, I've just been checking in the course of this conversation.
Yeah, but how long?
Series of amendments.
You see, the ones that has vested interest, the one that are disappointed.
Forget the vested interest. We're talking about the national interest. The presidency has a way of forcing
Nigeria national interest. Isn't PIB national interest?
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with the cynicism. I'm sorry. I don't agree with it.
The body language of the executive sometimes matters. Like whatever you see the National Assembly doing now, for example, it is the wish of the presidency. Now look at when
to an extent, you're right.
Look at when Jonathan wanted to.
So Ahmed Lawan is disagreeing with Buhari,
he just passed. Jonathan was able to unbundle generation and distribution when he wanted to do that. The same way too, if the person in the presidency,
and that was just within his term. I think that was even within the phase in his term.
Can anybody that remembers? I just want to find out: did that unbundling, that's disco privatization, did that require a constitutional amendment? I don't remember. Does anybody know?
Whatever vehicle facilitated that can facilitate again.
Okay.
I don't know. We're getting bogged down in minutiae.
Okay.
somewhat,
Let's
but,
forget the politics. If you can get through, let's look at timeline now. Let's say it takes 1 year to fast track a constitutional amendment. Then it's going to take you another 1 year to kind of like structure all these contracts, to do feasibility, to do audits and inventory. It's going to take them. Then to structure the deal, it's going to take another 1 year. Then you're on year 4. You don't have anything yet. So the Atiku's plan, I need to do project planning and all these things. It's this plan that Atiku is saying, it will take a minimum reasonable planning of 8 years to actualize.
No, it will not, because you're picking up. Look, there's already the existence of a shell of a structure. You know this. I think there was actually, even as far back as Tinubu's era, Lagos already had a structured electricity plan.
Yes.
So they're not from scratch.
Obasanjo, in the Lagos one, I think Tinubu actually built a power plant somewhere.
And similarly, I'm expecting that all other states will have models, because everybody has a model of scenarios.
So what can happen realistically if they can pass the law? If they can pass the law, let's say
if
they pass
the political will is there, and if the government dedicates itself to it as a top tier priority project, it can be done at rapid speed.
I don't think it can be done in that rapid of a speed that we wish for. The only thing that can happen is if they pass that law and somehow, because it's still going to take some structuring to separate the grid, because all we're talking about, we have a national grid. You need to sectionalize the grid. That'll take some work. But states that are closer to the coast, they can rapidly get power by getting all these ships that carry nuclear power. There are all these ships with nuclear power. Lagos was trying to get that set in the early 2000s. You have all these ships with nuclear power that can berth beside the ocean, and you plug it directly to the grid. But at this point in time, if you do it now, I don't know if you can kind of like sectionalize Lagos or sectionalize Ondo or any of these coastal areas, because if they can quickly pass the law, we can take care of the South quickly without even building much infrastructure by just renting all those nuclear ships. You guys can read about those nuclear ships by renting a bunch of them.
No, they do. They have a lot of it, especially in the Black Sea in
exactly.
Russia.
From all the way from Akwa Ibom, Port Harcourt, all the way. It will cover Igbo State, cover a decent part of Southwest, cover all that stuff. We will have power. Then the hydro that's in the north, they can use it to satisfy the north, the hydropower we have in the north. So, but my only concern is that politics of it. Like, how fast can you get this thing out? And the politics of it. And then, of course, the feasibility study is a project now. You have to do feasibility study. You have to, you have to get the financing. Then you have to now start.
How long does it take to simulate a model? You are saying it as though it's high. It can be done within weeks.
No,
it's not just Primavera or something. What are you talking about?
No, it's not the Primavera. You're talking about like project between corporations to corporation. We make decisions like this fast now within companies. But whenever you take that mindset, you go to a government parastatal. That is when you now do committee that will study that committee, and then another committee will make a decision.
I think you're being somewhat excessive in this.
I am not. I have a government client right now. What we will be able to do in 9 months, we've not been able to do it in 3 years. And this is America. Government is government anywhere in the world. So it's just the way it is. I fear of the politics. I think it's going to delay.
All right. I don't share your skepticism, but then, of course, a difference of opinion. Let me move you from there to this. More airlines to boycott Nigeria over trapped $464 million. So this is the situation now. So a lot of commentaries on this space. None of them look good for the Nigerian state. Nothing ever looks good for the Nigerian state. Some element called Idhidi Sirika is the one they put in charge of this space, beyond his capacity, of course. There's a squeeze on Forex in Nigeria. So, but that's not the burden of any airline, because they are. So what are you making of that narrative? Let me not preempt your thoughts, Kulata.
The truth is, Nigeria doesn't have the dollars right now, and the truth is, before the end of the year, Naira will probably pass 1,000 if we don't fix our if we don't fix the source of generation of our Forex. So we government cannot. I mean, CBN doesn't have the dollars. I don't think CBN has the dollars. That's why they're holding on and they're not paying all these airlines. And I mean, they're trying to scramble right now by giving Tompolo oil securing contracts, so we can.
How is a human being even called Tombolo? I mean, I thought Tombolo was
well.
A sweet.
Look, you can call Tombolo whatever you like. Under Jonathan, we were exporting close to 2,000 barrels a day when Tompolo and his guys and Gani Adams and all those people were securing the pipeline. We were exporting a ton of oil. We were exporting close to 2 million barrels a day, at least 1.8. What are we exporting right now? 1.0 something. They found a ship that carried 3 million barrels of oil in Guinea that came from Nigeria. It's not any ship it's not any legitimate deal. This was a ship that sat on our shores for a month to load 3 million barrels of oil. So we're not generating Forex. So there's no way CBN cannot manufacture Forex. The best CBN can do is print Naira. And again, we just don't have the currency. So airlines are going to keep leaving Nigeria. This is going to like cascade into a massive problem. I see the Naira falling to 1,000, getting past 1,000 before the end of the year because of this.
I predicted that a while ago on this platform, and people were throwing tomatoes at me.
No, but it's not just. I mean, another thing, I have to be fair though. It's not just. I mean, we have our own problems, but this is also a global problem because Ghana, that doesn't even have the kind of issues Nigeria has. Ghana has it worse because right now Ghana's inflation is at 30%. Ghana's currency is the second worst performing currency in the world, the cedis. So, I mean, this pandemic, after every pandemic, there's always an economic distress because the last pandemic in the 1920s, after that one, global depression. So we're suffering the after effect of the pandemic, but
no, we're suffering the after effect of corruption. This is what.
That's what I want to go. But Nigeria should be enjoying. Nigeria should be enjoying right now because this. What gave us the opportunity was this Ukraine-Russia war. That now, did you see what Saudi Arabia declared in money that Saudi profit, not even revenue, profit that Saudi Aramco made? 80-something billion. Is it a quarter or no? I think in 6 months it made $80-something billion. $80-something billion will transform Nigeria forever. Saudi Aramco could make that. I can't remember if it's 6 months or a quarter. Let's just call it 6 months. Let's give them the longest. They made 80-something billion in profit. Nigeria should be swimming in money right now because that war, Ukraine war, gave us the opportunity. Then what are we doing? They're bunkering our oil. Everybody knows they're bunkering our oil. Buhari's government is the most corrupt government in the history of Nigeria. They know, but what will they do? They fold their arms, allow a few people to make like $1.8 billion, roughly $1.8 billion a month. Because if you're stealing 400,000 barrels a day, what is the current rate? Is it $90 or $100? Let's just use rough math.
$110.
Let's make it simple. Let's say it's $100. So how much are they making? They're making 40 million every day times 30. Alone here is like 1.2 billion. So a few guys are making 1.2 billion, and then your economy is at its knees. That should have been dollars going into CBN. But some guys are just making it, and they're using all these Indian, Sri Lankan pirates to carry it.
It's not the pandemic, it's corruption. It's really what you.
There's pandemic issues. There's global issues that we're not immune from. But we still have opportunity even within these global issues that our own corruption is killing us. We should be smiling to the bank right now, but we're messed up because look at our idiotic government. When oil prices was going up, our government was begging, yeah, don't let this thing go more than $70. You know why? Because those idiots, they gave us gimmicks back when Kachiku was oil minister. You know, there was one time that they said they removed subsidy. They weren't paying subsidy. The reason they weren't paying subsidy was not because they didn't want to pay subsidy. The oil prices were so low that there was nothing to subsidize. So that kind of like paid them. So these idiots did not budget for subsidy. So when oil price went up, they were worried because they're not going to stop the bunkering. Oil prices will go up. Then they can't not pay subsidy because it will be obvious that it will be obvious because you will pass the immediate cost to the consumers. And they were unhappy. At the end of the day, the chicken has come home to roost. We have to pay the subsidy. We are still letting people steal the oil to steal the oil. And it's just a worst case scenario when we should be having the best case scenario in the country. So we're just a messed up race. I don't know the cost on Nigeria. Now only God knows when the thing started. We're really messed up people.
I take on board all these things that you have said about the global pandemic. And the pandemic, the world has realigned to the pandemic. And I don't think the weight of it has been as heavy as people anticipated. Hold on. Let me go to where I'm going. I don't think the weight of it has been as much as it as has been anticipated. But the counterweight of it, because Nigeria always seems to have this thing that luck favors it, but then its time is that luck. So we had the Gulf oil windfall under Babangida when the economy was about to collapse, and this seems to be repeating again. But because of the ineptitude of these elements and their rank criminality, the whole of the oil industry has been looted and bastardized, that we are not able to take advantage of the profiteering that we should be profiteering at this period. And because we are importing refined oil, what we are not gaining, we are actually even losing in subsidy because the oil has spiked up and then the subsidy spikes up too. They spent 6.2 trillion naira on subsidies from 2013 to 2021. In the next 6 months, they're spending 3.35 trillion on the same subsidy due to the spike in price, not being able to take advantage of it. So it's all wrapped up in the corruption because the Ukrainian war has insulated and even profited us off the back of that pandemic.
Yes.
But the ineptitude of Buhari and his clansmen.
The Ukrainian war should have been a windfall. That should have been when we could have like built up our reserves and done all that. But because our foolish government allows so much theft in our oil, so much theft, and they, from their own smart genius planning, they still did not really plan for that much oil subsidy. That is where we're exactly in this position. How can we have a government that, because of our bad subsidy practice, they pray that oil price is low because they will have nothing to subsidize? That's the kind of government we're running. When we should be like killing the bank right now, we should be tearing the bank, because they allow, whenever OPEC is negotiating, they say, well, Nigeria is a poor country. So if they say, okay, let's cut production so that we can jack up prices, they will give Nigeria an exception to say, okay, you guys are poor. So rather than, if we're going to cut production like percentage wise, and Nigeria will get to maybe 1.4 million barrels a day, they'll say, okay, take this statutory additional 400,000. So at least you can sustain your economy, you can build, because you guys are poor. But now, right now, we're supposed to be exporting 1.8. And we're only managing 1.2.
You know that OPEC actually has given us that facilitation that you described.
Yes, now that's what OPEC gives us.
Yeah,
they
but
allow us to
we
do
can't
more.
meet the quota. We cannot even meet our original quota. Never mind the additional quota that OPEC facilitates for. All because
that's why that's why we have to go and beg Tompulu. Apparently, there was wisdom in what Jonathan was doing by using the Niger Delta boys to secure pipelines, because now they have to go and beg him now They're paying him. They're going to be paying him how much? I know whatever they're going to.
I think it's 4 billion. They said they're paying him.
Yeah, 4 billion. That's chicken change compared to what we'll get now. If they give him 4 billion, give him 8 billion, safe. Because if they can secure that pipeline, and you can get production to that 1.8. But the only problem, I mean, let me not talk about the problem. At least our foreign exchange will have something to back it up. Right now, it doesn't have anything to back it up. That's why airlines will not get paid. And if airlines doesn't get paid, airlines will run away. That further impacts our economy. But you know what? They said Buhari signed that subsidy will be removed next year, June. So if Peter Obi or Tinubu or Atiku gets in office, the first thing they have to deal with is to start explaining why inflation is skyrocketing and price of everything is high. Because Buhari has signed that they should remove subsidy, or they should start removing subsidy by next year, June. Because subsidy removal is part of that PIB bill that was signed in. So I read it on the Daily Gazette or something like that. But I didn't see it in other newspapers though, so I don't know the legitimacy of it. But apparently they said Buhari,
People's Gazette is a fairly credible.
Gazette. Yeah. Is it credible? Yeah. Okay.
Somewhat.
They said Buhari by next year, is it June, the subsidy will be removed. So whoever comes in, you have something to deal with. I don't envy Tinubu, Obi, or Atiku. I don't envy them at all. So
I think the timing is good anyway, because whoever comes in will still be in their honeymoon period, and the removal is not going to affect the election phase.
Is not, but I mean, there's still. I mean, let's not play doom and gloom. We'll have a rough patch. Maybe they should go and borrow more money. I don't even know, because Ghana is even trying to get more money from OPEC. But I mean, this global pandemic in America here, the prices of meat has doubled. If you bought meat last year, just go to the grocery store, go and check how much they're selling meat. You'll almost die. So the global pandemic thing is there. A lot of countries are in distress, but our own is our fault, because we do actually have a way out. We've just messed up. We've just messed up, and it's caught up to us. So those airlines, I mean, I won't be shocked if we have to start flying to Benin Republic or flying. I mean, I don't even know, has that even happened in Nigerian history? This will be a first.
And the funny thing is that it will happen just as Buhari leaves power and the incoming comes in, and then he will get the blame.
Buhari should be called Conan the Destroyer. The guy just destroyed everything. Anyway,
it's so sad, man. We are not where we should be. We should be by now comfortably in the top 20, top 15 countries in the world. With CNN having what does Nigeria say about these global affairs? That's where we should be now, not battling. Anyway, I
think Alanta Gomez is talking about super tanker capacity. Can you read that news? Do you still have that link that talked about the size of that tanker? Because that's what I read. The tanker that the Navy, the Guinean Navy stopped, the illegal tanker that loaded Nigerian oil.
If it's still on my news cycle, but so I think Alexander Gomez is countering you.
It's not me. It's what was in that news.
It's you that's brought it forward. It says,
check.
Kulata, hold on.
Let me send it to you. Let me send it to you.
All right. It says, Kulata, no tanker in the world can contain 3 million barrels of crude. Our super tankers, the biggest in the world, loads 2 million of crude. So that is Alexander Gomez speaking with authority. So
check your
Kulata, you and your Fabu statistics. People are starting to
check your
Fabu statistics.
Check your what's it called? Instagram.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yes.
What I heard was it's a million barrel that the super tanker had on it. So if Alexander Gomez said the biggest you can have is 2 million. Yeah.
Okay. I stand corrected, but it's just what I read.
Well, can I really say something about what you guys have been talking about concerning this rots in the petroleum, in the oil sector? You see, what do we expect when we have a president who also doubles as Minister of Petroleum? This is the same guy who was there in 1967 when Obasanjo was a military government head of state. He headed that petroleum, Minister of Petroleum, back in 1977, and 2.8 billion was missing under his watch. And now he's back as a civilian president now, and he still doubles as the Minister of Petroleum. And look at all the criminality going on under him. So we don't expect to see anything good from this man, because this is a man who has had a record of ineptitude managing the petroleum sector and industry in Nigeria, even when he was a minister of petroleum. So for me, I just look at this as there's still a lot of things we're still going to find out when this man is long gone. A lot of cans of worms was going to open up, because I know Buhari really did that country bad. He sank that country.
I think what we're seeing is corruption coming home to roost. So all the corruptions that they've been doing, they're stealing without filter for 7 odd years. All of it has now landed us at this point. The country completely bankrupt. People that have no idea in charge of key important parastatals, and that's what's led us here.
So one man, I posted the link. Check the second paragraph.
I've seen it. Yeah, so
yeah, it's 3 million that's in there.
Yeah, it does say 3 million. So let me just give you a quick feel of it. So this is oil theft, fleeing super tank seized in Equatorial Guinea. The Equatorial Guinea Navy has arrested an oil super tanker that evaded arrest in Nigeria after it was seen around AKPO oil field on August the 7th. The vessel with international maritime number, was arrested on Friday with the help of intelligence supplied to that country by Nigerian Navy. The Nigerian Navy ship, Gongola, had interrogated the ship, which has capacity to lift about 3 million barrels of crude, when it was first seen around AKPO deep offshore oil field, operated by multinational firms at midnight. So there it is. I don't know why the coastal shores of Nigeria is not paraded even. I mean, what's the point of the Navy? I don't know, man.
Imagine. So they said 3 million. They said before you can load 3 million of crude, you have to berth the ship for like a month.
No. The ship has the capacity. For,
so it wasn't. They didn't say how much was in there.
Yeah, but
they won't know. They probably won't know. They probably won't know. Because I'm saying for you to load that kind of capacity, it will take weeks, if not over a month. So it's obvious now. It's not a small ship now. It's a massive ship. Everybody can see it. So
you know how they do it. They put these super tankers just off the coastal lines, and then they use these oil barges to ferry it like a taxi run to fill it up.
So that kind of operation, let's not kid ourselves. People in the presidency are in it now. This is foreign exchange. It's
impossible now. When we have a navy, it's impossible for it to happen unless the system is complicit.
So that is supposed to be our foreign exchange right there. If you ask why Nigerian exchange rate is going down, that is one of the reasons.
I mean, the capacity of that tanker is more than the capacity allowance of Nigeria from OPEC.
Oh, actually, that's true. We only have 1.8. That's true.
They're still more than the country. It's unbelievable. It's just we're just the Europeans should come and take over Nigeria because we demonstrably don't have the capacity to solve. Sorry, so is that you? Is that the kids? Kulata.
Yeah, those are my kids. Yeah.
All right. Don't worry. I know that sound. We hear it all the time in this house as well. Let me take you to a different space. Okay, you've spoken at length on this space. Is the AIT space. So let's take a sample of our thoughts on the Atiku face-off with Wike and a truce committee being set up. So I think in the year 2050, they will still be looking for peace in that space, Kulata.
Oh Lord, this Wike Atiku matter is really getting irritating. Like Wike, stop being a sore loser. You lost. You got played. Give it up. Like I don't understand again, because if it's going to like, if they're not going to reconcile, let them say it publicly and let's forget all this drama. This is unnecessary drama. It will be very. It will be very very it will be very unbecoming of Wiki that after all this back and forth drama, it doesn't get anything out of it, doesn't get any major concession out of this. Because then what's the point? Because if they don't remove IU, what's the point of all this cry? Because if at the end of the day it still settles, it just becomes a very little person.
I don't think there can be a settlement because Wike has nailed his colors to the mast of IU's removal, and Atiku has said a categorical no. So they cannot. Whoever wins that space, the other person is a loser. And I think because of the alpha posturings of the two, they cannot resolve it because he wants IU's head, and Atiku is not going to give it to him. So they can have as many truth committees as they like.
They should just squash this beef, or Wike should just suck it up. It's getting irritating to me because at the end of the day, it's not changing anything. Atiku is still the one going. Wike is still not the vice president or the presidential candidate. Nothing has changed. And I mean, it's now lost little drama who wins River State. Because I don't even know if Wike wields power in neighboring states outside of his own state. So it's just too much drama. But though, I mean, River State they have the third biggest numbers, right? After Kano and Lagos, is it Rivers? So
I'm not sure.
I think so.
It may well be Katsina because Katsina has a decent number, so but don't quote me on that though.
Yeah, but okay, let's just say what we know. Rivers is the biggest in the South. So okay, Wike can frustrate him in Rivers State, but can Wike frustrate him in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Bayelsa, Delta, and Edo? I don't think Wike has such powers. I'm open to be corrected, but I think this Wike thing is much to do about nothing. He just needs to suck it up.
All right, I would like that space to carry on for as long as possible because
so Tinubu can win.
I want Wike to stab him in the back in February, which I suspect he will do. Thank you, Kulata. Let me acknowledge Alexander Kashe's super chat, and then I want to bring on board IPOB of San Diego, only for fact that he's a new voice to the space, so we can document his thoughts. Alexander Kashe, he's now bribing you to like the stream. So this is bribery now, a language that Nigerians understand. So Alexander Akashe super chats to say, please like, share, and subscribe. Special shout out to Irene Finest for her consistency on the platform. So yes, Irene Finest, she comes here to intimidate the boys. I think it's usually, she comes here to intimidate Oga, Reeds, and Kulata himself, who have gone potty in her hands. I don't know quite. All these guys, they can't say babe. They suddenly go, look, what's wrong with you, Kulata? Look at that. But thank you, Kulata. Let's go on from Kulata to IPOB. IPOB, are you ready? IPOB of San Diego.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, IPOB. So good to have you. And to that space, then, a divergence of opinion on the opening phase. Atiku's plan for Nigeria, especially the electricity sector. You see, I have always been of the thought, and this is especially why I have time for Atiku, that government has no business in business, and government at its purest and most effective are regulators. This is what Atiku thinks as well, and is speaking of the liberalization of the electricity space. Are you on board with that idea, IPOB?
You sound pretty good. I mean, all you said look pretty good, but I'm not sure it can easily be implemented in that country of Nigeria, because we have a lot of problem, logistically. It's going to be difficult. I mean, Atiku sounds good, but the issue I have with Atiku is that if he couldn't come up with this plan when he was vice president and he's been in the government for many, many years, are you sure this is not a scam? because I don't trust any Nigerians. I'm just saying he's just giving this as a rhetoric. It's a political rhetoric. But is he going to be able to do any of this, or just going to come in and embezzle the country? So, like, I'm not privy to a lot of Nigerian politics. I've been here since early 1990. So I'm not so much. Even when I was in Nigeria, I was never into politics or divert into what's going on in Nigeria.
How can you not be into politics and your name is IPOB? Is that not a political? Is that not a political?
Look, one man, I follow you. I've been chatting with you online, So, but that's okay, So, but this is a name I prefer to use for now, when I'm in the studio. But I grew up in Lagos. Okay, I went to St. Gregory, So I'm a Lagosian, But
of Greg's.
Yeah, so I'm pretty much like most of my friends have different part of the country, particularly Yoruba. But anyway, that notwithstanding, that's the name I prefer. I'm an Igbo guy. Okay.
You are an American, really. If you've been there since the 90s, you are
right. I have an American passport. I live in California. Yeah, I just know that about it. But I know what's going on in Nigeria. But I just don't want to divert into that. Nigeria is just a first state. So hopefully something will happen. So whomever come in, which I don't even believe anybody can rescue that country.
Not even P2B.
I like P2B. I'm not gonna hide it to you. I'm for P2B, okay?
Of course.
Because I don't really like the APC and and PDP, because they have it's a two-party system. They move from one party to other. So every one of them is corrupt. Let me just say, So I hear what you said. I know what you said about P2B. Monologue that you started with. I was saying, one man, calm down. He was talking about him going to Egypt and all that kind of things.
No, but we want to, like Atiku has presented us a detailed plan, which we are interrogating now. Just we are holding a microscope to it. You saw how Kulata dissected it. So we don't want empty promises and fancy peppy cliches. And we don't want that. We had that with Buhari now that change. But we did not know what direction. We forgot to ask him. So now we want a detailed plan that we can interrogate, not consumption to production.
Yeah, I had your monologue. He was.
Was that right? Was that right?
Whether you're right or right, I don't know who's right. Okay, when it comes to Nigerian politics, I like to be okay. I don't have any vote. I'm not going in Nigeria in February to vote. I'm going through the Christmas, but I'm not going to go. I don't have my PVC. I would have tried to get my PVC, but none of us here. I think majority of the people speaking from this platform, we are all in diaphragms, to my own understanding. Maybe every now and then somebody from Nigeria, come in and speak, but I believe most of us are in diaphragm. We don't have any vote. We can stay in America here and permutate, in London. I know you're in London anyway. And permutate about who's going to win or who's not going to win. But I cannot really tell who's going to win. Okay, I don't really care because I have a lot of friends here. They don't really care about Nigeria. But I still have families in Nigeria. So I do care. But anyway, going back to Atiku plan, it sounds very plausible, but it's just going to be very difficult to implement, So I'm not going to go into the data part of it, Kulata is the man there, so I'm not going to go into that. So it sounds very good, but is it going to be able to be implemented? That's my problem. It's just the logistic when it comes to that country, it's going to be very difficult. Even when I was in Nigeria, electricity is a problem. So before I was born, it has always been like that. I think it's even worse right now, when I was in school in Lagos, yeah, we get electricity, in my school, where I went to school, I don't know. My final analysis about this is that, I don't have much information. I read the whole thing, that is straight. I listened to you, but until something is actually actualized for me to go into that. So, we can, like I said, we can stay here and analyze everything, but when it's implemented, then I will believe. So that's my take on that.
All right. Before I take you to the next talking point, Alexander Gomez super chats to ask. He says, IPOB, are you from Mbano, Imo State? Your distinct Nigerian accent is very familiar to me. So Alexander
Wow.
Gomez, of course, he's married to that space, so he's very familiar.
Wow. You know
Did,
what?
did he get you?
Yeah, he got me. This
Yeah.
man is very intelligent. Okay, I always like Alexander Gomez, because he's one of the true Nigerians. I mean, everybody has their opinion. I don't have an issue about that. But Alexander Gomez, he is the true Nigerian. One of the true Nigerians. I'm not going to say he's the only Nigerian. Yeah, I mean, I like everybody here. I mean,
Who is more
Kulata.
Nigerian? Who is a true Nigerian? Alexander Gomez or your favorite one man went to Mo?
No, I'm gonna tell you, Alexander Gomez. Okay,
I,
I mean,
I
I
have
like
my
you.
finger. I have my finger on the ban button, so consider.
It's okay. It's okay. It's your platform, but I will tell you the truth. Okay.
All
But
right,
he's
brother.
pretty good. I mean, he's right. I'm from Imo, very close to but not quite Imba. Now from the major, the main city, where. So he's very close.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, brilliant. And what are your thoughts on Hope Uzodinma? Is he putting up a
Oh my
performance,
God.
or do you want to just throw him in the bin?
I heard you saying something, I think it was yesterday, that he might actually, win Imo. I mean, man, you must be living in La La Land. Not what that man has done to Imo. I mean, I speak to my family, to everybody. That man is going to, he just, I don't know how many contestants, maybe Labour Party, and PDP, APC, and one other party or whatever. I think other two parties. Who APC is going to come. Forget about what he's saying right now. He's going to come. He's going to come fourth or fifth because he has done. I mean, he has done good. Okay, I'm not going to believe that. He has done good. Like he tried to get some oil field. It was a disputed oil field. I think the Supreme Court just decided about 2 or 3 months ago, so they gave it back to River. But we have a little bit of oil. He has done it. He has done some good. But it's just his behavior about killing of people or whatever. Like he don't care. Of course, he's a Supreme Court governor, so he kind of worship Buhari. So no, he's not going to win, not even close. Forget about what he's doing right now. I mean, he's giving people money right now, hoping that he's going to buy them. No, the Igbos are not like that. That believe me, the Igbos, we don't have a king. We don't.
You do have a king. We have to knock that on the head. You have
who's the king?
You have an Igwe system.
Forget about that.
You have an Obi. What is an Obi?
We don't respect them like you're doing Yoruba.
Yeah, but that's a different thing. You have a king, though.
Okay, we have a king, but we
don't. You pay homage to him.
Forget about that. That's the ceremonial.
You are deferential to him. You treat him with deference.
No, we just a ceremonial king.
He's not a ceremonial king.
It's not like okay, one man. It's not like Yorubas. I mean, I'm familiar with the Yoruba culture. I mean, y'all are different, which is good, but the Igbos are just a different people, okay? They reason differently, that's why you see them all over the country. Okay, that's why you see them all over the country, I mean, they don't, no, we are not like that. We're not brought up that way. I mean, it's probably in our gym or in our gene and or whatever, we're not brought that way, we're very,
You are Republicans, Abi?
Republican. Oh, no, I'm not like Jewel. Jewel here in the Saboteur, he's a Republican, so. Yeah,
no, Joel is not a saboteur. Joel is one of the star boys of the platform.
Yeah, he may be, but he's a saboteur in America. He saboteurs Nigeria. That's what I'm talking about.
All right.
He may be from Anambra, but I hear what he was saying. I listen to him. I hope he come back here today. There's
always been this beef between the Anambrians and the Imolites. Because the people from Anambra, they consider themselves the true Igbos, and they consider you people from Imo State just the new boys.
Well, I won't say that. I mean, I don't look at it that way. But in terms of trade-wise and other, I mean, they have the most, in terms per square mile, they have the most millionaire. I'm not talking about billionaire in the whole country.
They have more money than you.
Yeah, I'm individual. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to dispute that. They have more, but Imo is very educated. In terms of education, I mean, like the Yoruba is the most educated in Nigeria, but on average, the Imo is the most educated in Igbo. Actually, if you look at the Wike, Imo is the most educated state. I'm not saying to a different level, depending on the level you come. Imo is the most educated state in the country, in the whole Nigeria, on average. So
but education is new to Imo State because they have this apprentice system. That used to be there because they were more business type of people.
Okay, the only place you can find
rather than education people, and the Anambra people were the educated mass.
Yeah, initially. No, I agree with you. Like, initially, like Zig them and everything. Initially, they were more educated, but as of now, in the last 10 or 15 years, Imo is the most educated. In terms of they are not much of trade. The only area you can find trade is like the Olo people. They are known for their pharmacy. They are very pharmaceutical people. So Anambra is in terms of trade. They are the best. I mean, that's why they have more money too. So that's when you come to Igbo land, So
I think Imo has the highest number of professors in Nigeria right now.
Yeah. That's
no. I think you find that Ondo.
No. It used to be Ekiti. It used to be Ekiti.
On average, like on a smaller level, Imo is the most educated. That does not mean they are better state. No.
When it called Joel. Yeah. When he called Joel a saboteur because he's a Republican, that's because
he's a Republican.
He lives in Tennessee and it's a Republican state. Why he lives in San Diego, which is predominantly ruled by Democratic idea. That's why he call him a saboteur.
Yeah, I'm a liberal. Okay, I'm liberal. I'm not going to dispute that. Okay.
Joel is a Trumpist now. He's a Trumpist.
Why this guy is a cock Democrat?
He listens to Trump every day. He listens to Fox. So I don't know what's wrong with his brain.
That's early and tendency. Republican and Democrat.
It's okay. When he come here today, I'm gonna bash him. But anyway, go ahead, one man.
Don't worry, he's always ready. But let me take you to a different space. Then the airlines pulling out of the Nigerian space for reasons that they are not able to take their own money out of the system. The Forex squeeze, the Naira continues to hemorrhage, the country out of dollars, but then, of course, the bookies, they are still trying to steal the little that there is left.
Man.
Oh, and there it is. I think that question knocked him out. So let's go on to engineer then. Let's go on to engineer who seems primed and ready. Are you ready to go, engineer?
Yeah, always ready.
Oh, okay. You look like you're doing work. Are you doing work? Are you back at work already?
No. I'll be back on Monday.
Oh, all right. So you are preparing yourself, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Tell him the real work you just finished. You are wearing a robe, and it's midnight where you are.
No, that's too much information.
Behave yourself.
Moving swiftly on, the airlines leaving the Nigerian space for reasons of them not being able to remit their money, and the cascading effect of this, of course, because that money is just not money they are taking to put in the bank. They are for maintenance and being an ongoing concern. So what are you then making then of Nigeria holding the monies of our airlines hostage?
Yeah, greetings to you, woman, and greetings to you, my fellow brothers. Well, they are holding their money. They will definitely release their money. It's just the reason why the money has been kept is just the way the economy is sinking down, and also there's lack of miscommunication there.
Well, I think it's lack of Forex, really.
Yeah, we know, but still, the money will be there. The no-fly will be diverted to another country. It's just there's a little bit of mixed up there that they're just trying to rectify it. And they will definitely rectify that problem as soon as possible. Because if NEPA will do the same thing and off and on, so why not? Yeah, they just, I think it's the last time, it's the last tenure of the government. So they're just trying to see what they can do. If they see that there will be more impact in the country, they will rather say, okay, let's cancel it. They will be trying a lot of things to be doing in that country. I said this thing, was it last 3 or 4 months? I said they're in their last tenure. a lot of things will be happening. They would rather be trying one or two things. If that's
but engineer, you're speaking about a localized politics, but we are talking about an international space. You
both
see,
international space,
hold on, it
woman.
doesn't look good for the ease of doing business. So because the international space is looking at people transacting business in Nigeria, international players transacting business in Nigeria, and Nigeria holding their money hostage. So this doesn't then attract more international investment, does it?
Yeah, but woman, this is something you should know. What this government they're up to. You understand? Is their last tenure. Whatever they feel like they will do it. They don't care whether it's international or home base.
So destroy the country on the way out.
Of course, that's what they out for. Because nobody will hold them ransom. I bet you, after the 6 months, they will all, most of them will vacate the country. A lot of them will run away. I'm telling you.
The first one to run will be Abubakar Malami, I'm sure.
Oh, that one, that one, he will be the first. I'm telling you. All of them they will vacate unless they have. That's why you see they put a lot of people into that military zone, into everything. They have to, like, in case of if there's any blow coming out, you guys have to fight for us, and you know. So I said it's their last tenure. They will do anything to see if we try this. Plan A don't work, plan B will work. If B don't work, C will work. That's what they're doing. They're just doing boju to Nigerians. That's what is happening. Well, it's quite sad. They will definitely call it back. Just before Monday, you hear that, oh, it's just a little mix of error, all this and this. They will definitely, because a lot of cargos bringing stuff into Nigeria alone. You can't tell them that you hold their money now. You know well. So God will help, yeah.
All right. God will certainly help. Price of kerosene, cooking gas, increased by 98% and 105% individually. So there it is again. Respectively, I should say, price of kerosene, cooking gas increased by 98%, 105% respectively in 1 year. So we continue to document this space, how the hardship continues to circle around the Nigerian person. And this hardship has not even, this is even a period of plenty, because by June next year, when they remove the oil subsidy, people will be cannibalizing themselves in Nigeria.
Well, man, if we always keep talking about that country, Nigeria, it's something that sometimes someone needs to feel like shedding tears. You understand? Because people are suffering, man. People are suffering. People are really, really suffering. Ordinary kerosene now. Oh, my goodness me.
It's gone up by 98%, and that's the most commonly used fuel for food, especially because people are still on that system using kerosene to.
So that means everybody will go back to firewood, isn't it? Originality. It's quite sad, honestly. It's really sad. I don't know why what is happening in that country. Have they caused that country? Huh? Because look, one man, local councillor, they are paying them well, paying them good. But you'll be wondering what is happening in that country, what is happening in that state. You know, it's quite sad, man. It's really sad. Oh man, let's talk about something else, man. It's annoying.
All right, let me take you to the space. Atiku Wike face off Truth Committee. So it's been that long ago that they had the presidential primaries, but it looks as though PDP have still not moved past that phase. For every winner, there has to be losers, and that is the essence of competition. But it looks as though the loss has not been digested by Wike, who is promising to destroy the party because he didn't get his way. So what are you then making then of the tantrums of this man?
Yeah, I quite agree with Kolata, what he said regarding Wike should stop just playing games, you know. We know he's in his last tenure, but he should just take those things in and forget about it. You understand? Past is past, because there's nothing again that he will do that. It's just whatever he's doing is just seeking attention from other PDP members. You understand? If you genuinely love that PDP, then just let things go and just support them if you want to support them. But trying to be doing all this notice me, and the rest is just waste of time, and you're fooling yourself at the end of the day. So you lost. That's just the fact and the basic thing. So it's up to you now to support the PDP, or if you don't want it, then just stay quiet and keep calm instead of shouting every day on dancing like a helpless chicken, man. So he's my governor, but sometimes he misbehaved, man.
Are you sure you want to own him as your governor?
Yeah, he's my governor, but sometimes he misbehaves. I must be honest to you.
Is this man your governor?
When they bend them, they sweet off. When they sweet us, they never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to bend them. As in the bend them, you go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, you go to bend them. As in the bend them, you go to sweet us.
And then it is your governor. You are doing so. You own him. You own him.
Well, he's still my governor.
Look at that.
Regardless, he's misbehaving, but
engineer, can you suggest how many brandy does it take one day?
I don't think anybody in Rivers State can make fun of people from Osun State, because you're from Governor Adeleke, you know, when we thought that he was the most ridiculous until Wike decided to compete.
Yeah, Wike is doing well. He's doing well, and he's just one of the most clown governor ever that Nigeria will produce in this tenure. I must say it. But let him go. Let things go, and let him support the PDP members, and let them just carry on till 6 months maybe comes. Then the election will, you know. But apart from that, let things go and let him behave himself. And I know he's in the last term, so he can do whatever he feel like doing. That's what he's doing. So, and he don't care. But the only good thing I like about him, he's just a straightforward person. Wike don't lie. Wike will expose you. If you talk about somebody that is in the PDP, Wike will go and tell that person, this is what you're telling that person about him. He's straightforward in that area. It's not he doesn't miscalculate himself or talk about other people. So one has to be careful with Wike. That's who he is. People don't know.
All right, let me take you to this space. What I told Tinubu when he visited me, Obasanjo. So I was reading this in anticipation that he will reveal some of the conversations that he was having with Tinubu, which he did not, of course. He was just telling us how he was joshing around with him around the Emilokon sort of narrative. But leaving that to one side, the meeting between Tinubu and Wike, Tinubu rather, and Obasanjo, it was convivial and friendly, and everybody came out of it laughing. And off the back of that, there are reports that Obasanjo was saying that power should transit to the south. So are you extrapolating to conclude that Obasanjo is somewhat endorsing Tinubu?
Obasanjo is Mr. One Nigeria. So anybody that comes to him, he will support them at that moment. After that, forget it. Obasanjo, that's who he is. He's a neutral man. He's a Nigerian. He's a genuine, true Nigerian. And he's someone that he doesn't want Nigeria to have any issue, any problem. He's just there as a father to the nation. So whatever Tinubu maybe went to him and said, obviously he would still do the same. I could remember when Atiku visited him, he said he has forgiven him. If that's what he wants to go for, then all the best. I believe, I think Peter Obi visited him as well.
He did.
Yeah, so the same thing he said. It's just all of them, if they visit him, he will give them that positive answer, and he will give them that positivity and encourage them to just carry on. But he's just one Nigeria. That's who Obasanjo is.
Well, engineer, don't you think Tinubu is quite different because he's a Yoruba man?
I don't think
Maybe
so.
Baba will want to endorse him.
I don't think so. Remember, Baba is someone that he's a very, very, very true Nigerian. So when it comes to things like this, Baba is not discriminating. Baba is not somebody that to look and say, oh, that one is Yoruba, or that one is Igbo, or that one is Hausa. He's just there. That's who he is. He's just a Nigerian. That's who Baba is. So he would definitely support Tinubu when it comes to the last person maybe to go visit him. Obviously, he will be there. He will said so many things. So go for it. All the best.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Engineer. Engineer, let me go on from you to Thomas, who just interjected you there. And Thomas, let me take you to the space of Atiku's plan. Divergent views on that. I somewhat enthuse.
One man, can I come in later, please? Can I come in later?
All right. Let's go to Two Niger then. If it's ready to go. Two Niger, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you for having me.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So to Niger, to the space that I was taking, Thomas, the article plan for Nigeria, which is quite detailed and coherent, but Kulata was saying in the implementation, it might well be long-winded, but certainly it is a plan that is coherent and sensible. So is this what we're looking for in the politics that is to come? Not peppy little sound bites, but detailed, structured programs that we can interrogate. So what are you making then of Atiku's plan for electricity?
According to the way you presented it, it's clear that it is detailed. There is detail there, but the detail that is missing is how he's actually going to get it done. Because he has to, when he are taking that kind of approach, you are trying to amend the constitution, it takes some time to do. And then he has to look at how the whole thing is going to be done from state to state. And we know that states do have a way of misbehaving too. If you look at the way some governors don't pay staff alone for over a year or so. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's a panacea for, all these solutions to that problem. And I think at the heart of it is, I think from what Kolata said too, it was about implementation. Is he the kind of action man that will push something like that through? I don't know. I don't see Atiku as the kind of action man that is going to break his back for Nigerians. I'm sorry. I don't see him like that. If it was somebody like what's his name, Wike, that was pushing something like this, now I know that this guy is going to break somebody's neck if somebody stands in his way to get this done. And even Peter Obi is going to have interests that want to block him, and he may not even be able to get it through. So as it sounds good, everything he says in terms of decentralizing the energy industry. It could decentralizing in Nigeria that is already disorganized doesn't necessarily mean it's going to produce order. And because right now, I think I gathered that the Edo State governor and some part of Lagos too, they are generating power already anyway. And if anything, all Nigerians are generating their own power most of the time with generators and all the rest. So this thing where they say the federal government is preventing power generation is not necessarily accurate. If the state governor, like Obaseki did create one, I think it's 40 megawatts. He created this thing, so it can be done. And I think Kolata was touching on something about getting a more rapid process when he talked about the nuclear boats and stuff like that. From my research, to obtain a 25 megawatt this in mobile power plant, it can power almost 160,000 homes. it costs about $15 to $20 million. And Nigeria is spending over from what you stated this evening, Nigeria may be spending up to $12 billion on fuel subsidies alone. There is no reason, Atiku or the government could not pass an emergency budget to some of those fuel subsidies money. They can invest it in generating power to all the major cities in Nigeria so that they can obtain 24/7 power supply.
But that will have to be coastline cities, though, because those it won't be in the arid areas like the north.
The mobile power plant can be done anywhere, and it can be there. It can be done within 3 months to 6 months.
I think it's usually mounted on ships, is it not?
Oh no, he's talking about the nuclear ones. I'm talking about mobile power plants by
right.
General Electrics. They can mount it anywhere. They even have a timeline of about 3 months to get these things going. And this is what bothers me in Nigeria. We have the money, we are wasting it. They even talked about over $1.something trillion is wasted in Lagos alone on powering private generators. Just the fuel that they use there. And so the wastage is just humongous, and that needs to be cut down by people doing things in a more in a group way. So there's no reason why somebody cannot pass an emergency budget. I don't think Nigerians have 8 years to be negotiating this industry. The means is that we have the means to do it, and that's the kind of plan I want to see. Somebody that can get things done quickly. Yes. If Atiku can get it passed within 6 months, the law.
What you said is still embedded in Atiku's plan, which is a liberalization plan.
I agree with that, but if he can pass the law, that's what I was getting to. If he can pass the law in 6 months, maybe you can say, okay, it can be done. But I don't see him passing that law in 6 months. With the way Nigeria go about things, he's just going to die in the long grasses. God knows what security challenges we are going to be facing and all the other madness. Maybe even a sovereign default, international loans. So all kinds of problems will just crop up and just derail everything. And this is why I think we have to take the funds from the fuel subsidies, power all the cities 24/7 while the long-term national grid system is being put in place. That is kind of plan I want to hear. I want to hear somebody that says, you know what, we can't wait 24 hours. We can't wait 4 years to get this thing done. We want to get this thing done quickly, and the plan is clear and is there. General Electric is one of the most reputable companies in the world. They can provide these things. It's not rocket science. So that is on that one. And I see, Atiku, one of my biggest problems with him is the fact that, the first time I encountered this guy was talking about making his friends rich, and I know he's very rich. He's made himself very rich, very clever from politics, and he spends a lot of time in Dubai. He is the old guard, and my concern is that he will promise heaven and earth.
Everybody in play they are the old guards. There's no new face in the Nigerian politics.
Peter Obi is relatively new compared to Atiku that competed against Abiola. Tinubu is relatively old because he was around during the time of Abiola too. He was in the UK when Kudirat was being assassinated here and all the rest of it. So all those stuff that has gone on, I feel like they have had their time, and their time. Okay, Tinubu was an action man. Maybe they were an action man in their time. But this time is for new ideas and people that can get things done. And I don't see Atiku succeeding. There are too many headwinds against Atiku. One is a Fulani that just returned into office. It's from the north, when even Obasanjo is talking about it should move to the south. There are too many headwinds.
Peter Obi has been in Nigerian politics for at least 20 years.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's true. But he's like, when he started, he wasn't like this in high-ranking figure. He wasn't even, people don't know him. I'm not saying I don't trust anybody. I don't trust any politician. The people is what I am after. I believe can change things. You can't rely on politicians' promises. You have to make yourself worthy of being served, because these politicians are supposed to be our employees. And if your employee is not doing well, who is supposed to be responsible? Is it the employee or the employer? We are the problem. If we don't hold these people accountable, I don't care who whatever Peter Obi says. We are the ones employing him. He needs to behave. If he doesn't behave, then we hold ourselves accountable and hold him accountable accordingly. That is how it's meant to be done. And that is, for me, the approach we should be taking with these things. And so for me, if I look at Atiku, he is well outside the, the area of consideration. If I was employing people, I wouldn't be considering him. I'll be like, where is your apprentice? Where is the people you've trained to come and take your position? I shouldn't be looking at you anymore. As you see, so, and not to mention all the headwinds I just mentioned, his party is even divided at a very, very fundamental core. And part of the problem that is ripping that party apart is the fact that he wasn't even supposed to contend, because he was a northerner. He knows it very well, and he's a fool and he on top of it. That is so irresponsible. Something that even Obasanjo knows, IBB knows. He must know, but he did it anyway. What is his plan? Is he like a reverse psychology working for Tinubu, trying to sabotage the PDP party? Because if Wike had gotten that ticket right now, Wike stands a good chance of actually winning the election. Because you can say whatever you like about Wike, but the moment you play his video just now, guess what? Everybody was laughing. The guy is a great communicator, he's an action man, and he actually gets things done. When he talks, this type of things he talks about, it's not like just talking. He is sending a signal of accountability. That is extremely important. He talks about when he gives this person a contract, if the person doesn't do it very well, you better be ready. If you tell me that you are a relative of mine, I don't care. You have to get it done. That is a good message for Nigerians to be hearing, because a civil servant will be in an office somewhere, they will have to learn to hold people accountable too.
You know that Umaru Shinkafi contested the 1999 presidential election. Umaru Shinkafi.
Who is he? I don't know him. Sorry.
Is a northerner, Umaru Shinkafi.
So was he running for president or?
Yes, he contested for the 1999 presidential election.
In the context of this election, I don't think a northerner should be considered for the PDP party right now. A northerner has
just to say, because the 1999 why I brought it up was that the 1999 election was meant to be a Yoruba election to repay the Abiola space, but he contested anyway by virtue of being Nigerian. So really, this narrative that Atiku should not be in play. As a Nigerian, he has the right,
No, he don't have the right, but there is a I was there then. There was a gentlemanly agreement that these things were going to be rotating, to pretend as if he's not aware of that, and to pretend as if he hasn't had his time to. There are too many layers to this. He's had his time. He's an old man. It's like you're a Fulani. It's just, even if you had a right, a Fulani that is an old man just is leaving office. You contested against Abiola and you want to compete against a relatively promising candidate. I think that is extremely vain and selfish thing to do. Wasn't thinking about it. Wasn't thinking of the country.
When you begin follow politics, if you don't know Shinkafi from Kastina State.
I'm surprised. I don't have a clue, man. I know about all the other people that were.
2015,
No. I was there when they canceled the election, June 12th. Come on, man. I was there when I was at Abiola's house when they buried him. What are you talking about?
You don't know Shinkafi.
No. Maybe when I left Nigeria, then maybe I wasn't focused on Nigerian politics. Then when he was making a bit of noise, so. It's one of those things. I was in Lagos when Abiola was being married. Yeah?
My brother, do you know that there is nothing in the constitution that says another northerner can be the president of Nigeria come 2023?
Cannot.
Yeah. Cannot be. All you are just saying is just maybe for accountability and fair share.
No. There's no law. We were all there then. No. Let's not play that game. We were all there at that time when this stuff was being sent out. The signal was being sent out that this stuff was going to be rotated. This is the reason, partly the reason why they actually rotate it even within the parties. And this, what's his name? Wike is demanding that the chairman resigns. They knew they had this agreement. He wasn't supposed to run. There is a reason why Obasanjo is still saying it now, because he was there then. I was very much aware of what was going on then, and Obasanjo became the president. Hence, Yaradua came after this Obasanjo. Some parties always try to break that promise or that dynamics, and it is wrong. They pretend as if they don't. As a matter of fact, I think they should have codified it into the constitution. I don't understand why they didn't do it.
It was a PDP position rather than a national position.
Yeah, that's PDP problem. Nothing concerns us.
Yeah, see, okay, let's say it was a PDP problem, but at the time, it didn't come across like that. At the time, it was more like a national thing, but it wasn't put in. The only thing they didn't do was put inside the constitution. That is why everybody knows about it. It was sent out that this is what is going to be done. And that is why it was rotated like that. And after a Fulani has just run this in the country for 8 years, relatively ill and all the rest, then another old man decided that, this is my turn to take over the party from a promising candidate. I really find that unforgivable. See, it's also about Nigeria. You know, Wike is an action man. This guy will get things done. He doesn't care who he favors or who he doesn't favor. He would have gotten things done. And who is the person in his way that got into his way? Atiku. For what purpose? What is he there to serve? If Atiku is running for office right now, he's a failure because he should have had prodigies brought up by now to act as his legacy.
Well, but do you not think that Wike is too regional and too divisive?
Oh, so see, divisive is one thing. I don't think it's that divisive actually. He actually talks about the people. He actually talks about standards.
There was a time he was making some really quite sharp anti-northern comments.
Like what? I've not heard him
make. During that VAT space that he was championing, he was making the point that the North should not be profiteering from VATs collected within his own home state.
Maybe because he felt it was unfair. See, that guy doesn't mince word. He will call it things out when he sees it.
This is a competition and it's open to everybody. Go and win. If you cannot win, you push aside. When you talk as you say, turn by turn, it's a competition and it's open to everybody. It's competition now.
Let's not pretend. In the end, we are all part of it. Let's not pretend that it's vanity. It's vanity. It's not when somebody, if it's just competition, you are actually advocating that the one that stole money more should win the race. Is that?
I didn't know. We know the thief. We can know the thief.
No. That's why I use the term, the one that stole money more. And in terms of being able to deliver for the country, we know. If you know that, let me explain something. Wike, if you look at Wike, he's emblematic of what Nigeria represents, especially the southern Nigeria. When you look at the guy, he comes across like all these Afro beats and like this type of entertaining, energetic kind of people. He is emblematic of what Nigeria represents. If that guy was the president of Nigeria, the energy in Nigeria will carry in the next 4 years.
How does Wike symbolize what a person from Borno is about?
No, that's what I mean. I deliberately use the term Southern Nigeria.
Southern Nigeria. Maybe Southwest. Maybe Southwest.
You no get respect.
Yeah.
We can get respect. We get respect for where we come from. We the Southern people. We can get respect.
In terms of culturally, Nigerians are known as energetic and vibrant people, and we can represent that.
Too. Don't forget that. Nigerians are very respectful.
In the world, Nigeria, they don't know Nigeria for being respectful. I can assure you that. In Nigeria, we know ourselves. We know ourselves, but not in the world. They consider us as brash and the most
but now we go vote for them now. Now we go vote for them, not the international community.
My point is that this man. See, why are we worrying about? See, Trump. If you think Wike is disrespectful, what will you consider Trump? See, this guy does things and he delivers results. Sometimes that's the kind of person you need.
It doesn't have a presidential persona.
That's exactly what I'm driving at.
It's not a presidential sort of a person.
It's because how many presidents have we had? It's because that's all we know. And what have we gotten out
I'm
of
talking
it?
about I'm talking about the personality and the aura. There's nothing you don't look at Wike and see a president in him.
Wike comes across as uncouth. He comes across as
seriously. Oh my God! Then
no, but that's what people are saying now. Don't say, "Oh my God." People are saying it now.
Okay, let me give you a reason why I consider him a very great. He would have been one of the greatest leaders we've ever had. Let me give you the reason why. This guy is the greatest communicator we've ever had in politics. Yes, give me one other communicator that can communicate ideas to people so effectively. Give me one.
Are we talking
what
about
are the ideas that he communicated?
Wike, a communicator.
If Wike is talking to people now, by the time he is done, they will be repeating what he wants them to repeat.
So Nigeria, be realistic. Nigeria is a cultural society. You cannot insult your way to power. It will not happen.
By the time he finishes talking to you, hold on. By the time he finishes talking to you, you'll be repeating what he asked you to repeat. You will be happy with him too, because it's going to make you laugh. You are going to enjoy it. This is why anytime anybody sees him, they start laughing, even if they don't like him. That is a powerful thing. Buhari doesn't even talk to us.
Is not an effective communicator. Peter Obi is an effective communicator. Wike is not. No, by my own reckoning, of course, a difference of opinion, but
Peter Obi will
ball some. You are right. One man, you are right. You are right.
See, Peter Obi will ball some people to
That's
sleep.
The last thing you think of Wike when you communicator.
No, because I don't know how you understand communication to be. For me, when I say what I consider communication is that if you can communicate to people, even people that don't understand high level political language, if you can communicate your ideas to them, that is extremely effective. You can get to the grassroots. That we can communicate with any Nigerian.
To Nigeria, what idea has he communicated to Nigerians? What idea? Can you give us some?
About what he wants to do for his state, what he has done for his state. Like when he built this in the flyover, and what he says that he's going to do, and he like that. Okay, the one I heard in the last few days was when he was talking about the next flyover that was going to be. But he talked about the money that was being paid, how much was being paid, and everything. And he was telling them so that they will know precisely, just in case anything. Even Julius Lega gave any excuse. He said,
"Are you aware? Are you aware that all his construction are concentrated in one area, which is Ikwere land, and forget about the other space in the rural states? Are you aware of that?"
Yeah, it's funny you said that, because when he was hold on now. when he was saying this, I actually asked myself that too. But I can assure you, if he wasn't doing anything for the other parts of Rivers State, you will hear about it. That's for sure.
True, Nigeria.
What I mean?
Quick one.
Ove made a good point, my brother. Ove made a very good point.
Which point?
He only focus on the other side of where he comes from, his side.
I think it's a fair point to raise, but I have not investigated it, so I cannot just pass judgment on that.
Just try your best, investigate. They'll tell you.
But I can assure you that if he was doing that in Rivers State, you will have a lot of trouble, because majority of Rivers State is not Igbo. So you will have a lot of trouble
now. And the trouble in the face, so that is the trouble. The trouble is not just coming from PDP national headquarters, even from your own people too. It's because of the way he used his comedy he used his comedy lifestyle to actually blow all those away from the media space. We can no get respect, even for your own people. It's a no fact. So in Nigeria as a cultural society, there is no way you can insult your way to power. It's not going to work. They will put you where you belong. And that's
guys, quick one. Wike may be uncouth. He may not be a good communicator, but that guy will have made a damn effective president. Because if you think about anybody in the South that can take on those Northerners, Hausa Fulani, Wike has the balls to take on them.
Kulata, the word there is he would have. Anybody would have.
He would have. He's not going to make it. He's not going to make it. Let's not lie. Exactly. But if he had made it, he would have been a consequential president, in my opinion.
And who denied him that? That is my problem with Atiku. Atiku came in when he didn't need to. I believe Wike would have won this election. This phenomenon we are calling Peter Obi phenomenon right now may not have happened if Wike had won that ticket. Wike, I see. You say whatever I like. I've seen so many politicians, and I've seen people that go and talk to people, and the people fall asleep or pretend as if they are listening. That's not Wike. Wike, you will listen to him, you will hear everything he's got to say, and you go home with the idea in your head. That is effective. That is extremely powerful, because if you can get Nigerians on one page on any idea, you will see how quickly this country will turn around. And that is what we need. We need a very, very effective communicator. We say that Peter Obi is a good communicator. Yes, he's a very soft-spoken communicator. The reason why people like Peter Obi is not necessarily the way he communicates. It's because they like his idea, they like his demeanor. They will say, oh, he looks humble and all the rest of it.
No, they like his delivery. They like his delivery. That's what
It's Lamba.
A lot of people that don't understand some of the political language may not necessarily relate that way to him. I see what I mean. And yes, he has quite a lot going for him, but he is
language like who be your father? Is that the language you're talking about?
Or face not the fear face. Come on, man. You have to admire this in Wike. I like great communicators, because I feel like
Wike is not a great communicator. He's not even a good communicator. What are you talking about now?
That is your own standard. Yeah, see, I'm telling you, if you go now to Lagos High Street and talk to people, how many people will understand what you're talking about? If you can talk to the professor and talk to the Ajegunle area boy, yes, you are a better communicator than the so-called well-read individual.
Wike talks like a drunken sailor.
Either way, do people understand him? That is what communication means.
I've never understood him.
Come on,
it's just gibberish. He just talks gibberish.
That's fine. I'm one of the few that look at Wike. I think Nigeria would have done way better than Bola Tinubu or this thing Atiku. I don't know whether he's going to compare well to Peter Obi. Peter Obi, remember, when he was in office, he was impeached twice. He had a lot of fights. So you can say whatever you like. Those fights took time away from him. And this is a national stage now. He might have a lot of fights on his hand that he may not handle very well and leads to a lot of paralysis. But someone like Wike will not accept paralysis.
You will hand over Nigeria to Wike. Come on,
yes, 100%. Why not? See, oh my God. If you cannot hand the country over to Wike, among all the politicians right now, I'm not saying that if I have everybody to choose, I would choose Wike. I'm saying among all the viable politicians that we see out there, Wike is just about the best as they come. It's as good.
I would rather hand over the country to Dino Melaye than Wike.
Oh my God! Wike goes about telling people to hold institutions accountable, and you are saying you are going to hand this in the country to Dilo Melaye. I don't understand that. I really don't, and I can't help you.
It says the same thing now. I'm more eloquently.
Nope. He doesn't.
Wike is like Donald Trump. Very brash, very rude, very uncouth. It will get in your way. So it may be effective in that way, but it has too much baggage. Like, I don't know. It may work in Nigerian sense because I think we like that kind of like
we are crazy. We are a crazy nation. He would have matched Nigerians' energy. Nigeria's energy. Buhari cannot match Nigeria's energy.
Trump was like that because he understands the media space. This man don't did that media space for the past 20 years, even before he contested. So you understand. And the only way to actually get the media to chase up and down for him to take that route. That's one. And two, people that he's speaking for. Don't forget, Donald Trump was a mouthpiece for the real white nationalists. And because they cannot come out and speak, he has to speak for them. So it's a different terrain. Nigeria is a very cultural society. Don't forget that. You know, Kofi insults your traditional rulers, and you think you want to become president. And you know, go walk now. There's a different terrain entirely.
Let me tell you something. One of the most effective leaders we had in Nigeria that did so many things in very short period of time is Abacha. Because why? Because he didn't care about anybody. You have to have effective will. And when you hear the way they say, who is under the illusion that Nigeria is not in an emergency
That was
situation?
a military era to Nigeria.
No,
Military era did that. It's a different game, man. You know, they compare that time to now. This place now, you have to be able to communicate effectively to everybody. I am mighty. You have to be able to do that. If you can't do that, it's a story game for you. Until you hold the ticket. If you hold the ticket, it's a different ball game. You never get the ticket, you want the brush. How they want to give you now?
Let him not. I'm not saying he should be brash. I'm not saying he should be this thing that he's got a ticket. My point is that denying him that ticket was a grave mistake for Nigeria. What Atiku did, and that for me, I find it hard personally to forgive somebody that is that vain. After how many decades in politics, you still came in, and if for some people they'll say, you know what, you do a better job. Let me just step aside. Where does that honor? Where is that honor?
But he doesn't consider that Wike will do a better job, and there is nothing to suggest that he will.
He knows full
and
well.
By the way, why should Wike's ambition or Peter Obi's ambition supersede Atiku's ambition? They are all three different men with the same ambition, and they are pursuing it in their different ways.
Because he's had his chance, because he has failed several times. You have to let, and because the country is in a dire state that he with his age, he will have a lot of challenge to deal with that. He knows full well in his heart of hearts he is not for this job, and we just had a Fulani president. There are so many layers to this. That's why I keep saying it's not. When I just analyze over and over again, there are so many things that any reasonable human being like Atiku should just say, you know what, let me step aside. This is not my time for this. Maybe it will never be my time.
Being they talk one man, Tunaja, a human being. Why this is
a human being? What kind of human being do you think we are? Is that what the kind of human being you are? That you are so selfish? You don't care about the outcome for the country? No, I won't actually. I don't care. See, let me tell you something. I don't know what kind of human beings people are. I don't care. See, hold on. Let me finish my point because this one, I'm quite passionate about this. I don't care who sits on the chair. As a matter of fact, who sits on the chair just gets all the headache. What I care about is outcomes. The only reason why I'm here is because we are suffering. Our country is in a total mess. I don't know what the future of my children is going to be. I don't know what the future of my wife is going to be, or what our women is going to be. Because of the mess we are in, I would have been lazy just chilling out. Why shouldn't I enjoy life? This thing where we have this idea that just sitting on the chair matters. I don't get it. What are you sitting on the chair for? You're going to heaven. It's sickening. I really am sick of it. And we shouldn't be thinking about ruling like this. People in the West don't care too much about this. They even see the leaders as like people.
Don't worry about all that tonight. Do you think that Atiku or Tinubu, do you think they consider that Peter Obi or Wike are better options than themselves for the country? Do you think they consider that? Do you think they have that thought?
Good question.
If what Ovia is saying right now, I won't be shocked that everybody's thinking, I'm the king, I have to be the king. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. If this is the way we think, I'm not shocked. And this is why we are in a mess.
If Atiku or Tinubu, if they don't feel that Peter Obi or Wike are a better proposition for the country than themselves, then why would they give up their opportunity for them?
Okay, fair question. But I can assure you, Atiku in his heart of heart knows.
What do you mean? Are you in his heart? Well, you can't say that now. He's pursuing the ambition, which is to tell you that he doesn't consider that.
Actually, they do have justification to even feel like that, because Atiku can look at what he did as a vice president. We don't know how much he supported Obasanjo. Tinubu will look at, okay, this is what I did in Lagos, and I have this vision to do it in Nigeria. And then they will say, now, what did Peter Obi do in Anambra? That
or Wike, that is just Wike, I'm commissioning, I am a bit, they consider them to be ridiculous people. If that is what I think they think, I think Tinubu and Atiku, they consider people like Wike and Peter Obi to be just a bunch of ridiculous people.
When I was in school, everybody knows who is more intelligent in the classroom. So hold on.
Go and study power.
The power you understand is not the type that I understand. I'm sorry. See, when I was at school, everybody knows who is more intelligent than the other person. And if we pretend as if you want to challenge the guy that is more intelligent, let's say the school is going on a debate competition, and you want to take on the position because you just want, appear on TV, that is vanity. Because you know full well you are not the person. You are not the person equipped for it. And this is our problem. We know, but because we want for our friends, we want for our family, we want for our people, our tribe, whatever, we just ignore it and just go headlong. I tell you, Atiku cannot be under any illusion at his age that he thinks, it's like, can Atiku join a 100-meter race with Usain Bolt? Is he not going to know that he shouldn't join that race? But at the rate Nigerians behave right now, they will still think that they have a chance against Usain Bolt. Somebody is better than the other person, and sometimes you need to step aside for the one that is more equipped. I don't understand how one can do this. If an old man is wearing glasses,
you keep popping on about. I don't know what conversation. Oh, anyway, go on.
In the game of final, in the game of...
No, all right, we're losing you, so no, we're losing you.
About this ticket stuff.
But to Niger, you seem to be making a lot of assumptions on behalf of people like Atiku and Tinubu, to think that they have a consideration that Peter Obi or Wike might be better than them in any way. And I don't think that they consider them. Atiku considers himself the best and last chance of Nigeria. So you may say he's going there to steal and all of that. I don't really buy that. He will steal, of course. But I think deep down, he considers that with the plan that he has and what he knows, he's the best option for the country. Tinubu considers, he'll say that he's going there to steal, he's stuttering his words and all that. But I think he considers that with the plan that he has and what he knows, he's the best option for the country. He doesn't consider that Peter Obi, I don't think he even considered Peter Obi as anything at all. So,
you see, for me, that is even more concerning if they did. Because if you are under any illusion that you are better, it means you are not using your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth. You're looking at the times. You don't even some of them don't even understand what internet means.
Oh,
come on, see. There are certain things that it's not your time anymore. Times change. These people, some of them were around when we were still under colonial masters or colonial colonizers, whatever they call it. God forbid me calling them masters. So some of them were still around. Their mindset is very, very different. And even if Peter B is probably one of them too, his own mindset has shifted a little bit. He seems to be thinking in a different way that Nigerians can relate to. So whatever happens anyway, all that is going to settle. I am just saying my own, what I see with Atiku and Tinubu, there's a lot of vanity in what they are doing. And for me anyway, I'm not going to do that kind of stuff.
Anybody wanting to be a president is on a vanity project. And anybody that buys into this rescue, I'm doing it for my people narrative, is naive. Anybody that is vying to be a president is led by ego. It's an ego space. You have to be an egomaniac to want to be a president. And everything, and anybody that is buying into some, it's not for me, it's for the people. That's just too naive even to even give consideration to.
It can be for both. You can do it for the people and still have vanity. This thing. The question is always, is it your time?
So Naja, if Atiku loses election, he will contest again the next 4 years. I promise you that.
It won't.
He will. We go see now, one man.
One man, are you going to disown him when he runs the next time? Are you going to disown him when he runs the next time?
I don't think he will run the next time.
When are you going to stop tolerating him? So, you see, there's a limit, isn't it? Even for you, there's a limit. For me, I've reached that limit a long time ago because I'm impatient for Nigerians to move on from the paralysis that we've experienced. He has been part of that process. He achieved a lot when he was in office, like Nigeria really went forward. What area aspect of Nigeria went forward? Is it like because we had mobile phone now? Mobile phone would have existed anyway. So what is it that really went forward in Nigeria that he revolutionized? Nothing. So why should we settle for him? I believe that we need people with a lot of energy right now, not somebody that could end up in hospital. Nigeria needs somebody that is on the till, that is held, that is ready to, get into
there is
action.
nothing to suggest that Atiku will end up in hospital before Peter Obi. Nothing suggests that. And
okay.
if you are saying what did Atiku achieve, because we are going to, because he was part of an administration and a senior member of that administration, and that administration achieved a lot.
Okay, if you say he achieved a lot, I didn't see that. There are a few things that are doing okay in Nigeria, but Nigeria is insecure. Nigeria is not secure today, and these are the foundations that they laid. They could have really restructured Nigeria to be a sovereign country when they came in. He didn't do that. He just went on buying sweets and making himself money here and there and spending a lot of time in Dubai. Come on, man, spending a lot of time in Dubai. This is not the kind of people we want running the country at this time. At all. And if I was reading the runes, I would be like, okay, we just had one. There are too many headwinds, and he knows it. He knows if he gets into office, he's gonna be paralyzed. Do you know the cacophony of noise about Fulani that will paralyze this nation? Do you know how much he's gonna paralyze if that guy gets into office? He's not gonna be able to do anything.
But wait. He's been studying Dubai for years. Peter Obi only studied Egypt for a few days. Atiku has more experience in studying than Peter Obi.
Studying.
Tongue in cheek.
It's better educated, by the way. Atiku is better educated than Peter Obi is the least educated of all the front runners.
I don't think it's about education. It's about the ability to just do stuff. Because some people, they might be educated, but they are already compromised. They are not able to make changes. They are jaded, and that's what age does to you too. You are jaded, you can't change. You have a fixed set of ways of thinking, and there are certain things you just can't relate to. Can you imagine somebody like Atiku relating to the way modern people think? He doesn't understand a half of it at all. And the world has changed quite drastically from even this thing when Abiola was around. So I just feel like if somebody was wise...
Did Atiku leave the planet whilst the world was changing?
No, he doesn't have to leave the planet. I can tell you right now, I am into technology, and yet I still feel a little bit out of step with what is happening now. So if Atiku is arrogant enough to think that he's still is hip or woke, whatever, then he is completely out of his mind, because the world has moved on.
Nobody over the age of 23 is hip or woke.
Okay, so he tells you where we are right now. He's going to 70 to 80. It's well out of his wheelhouse to be running. Come on, man. Only man. There are too many things. It's just too many. And the reason why I'm focusing on him, not even Tinubu.
He just recently completed a master's last year.
That's going to help. See, okay, fine. It's good that he's educated. Maybe he should support whoever is the leader then. After all, that would have been his party that Wike is in. He could have... I don't know, man. I don't know. Why does he have to rule?
Niger, can I quickly ask you some questions if that's okay?
Go ahead. If only one man is okay with it.
Yeah, of course. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you, one man. When before the primary started, right, everybody already knew that we have a northern president. And on the APC side, you have people like Akeredolu and others who was already emphasizing that power must come to the south, right? So before Atiku came into the race, why did people like Wike and others not throw the tantrum then and say, listen, we are going to protest, no northerners should be on this ticket? Wasn't that the right time for them to do all what they are doing now?
You are very correct there. I think somebody mentioned that stuff. I think that's a very good question. They should have stopped him then. That was the time to truly stop him, because to let him run the race and then go ahead to win, it's too late. And to be fair, they too have accepted it.
How do you stop him tonight? How do you stop him?
Is to go to the chieftains of the party and let him know that there are going to be consequences. And somebody should read the runes to him, because I know for sure what to expect if he gets into office. They are going to paralyze his government. He's not going to be able to work.
A lot of Southern delegates voted for him at the primaries.
Exactly, because he had a lot of influence on it.
People like Otom and others who didn't support him, those guys could have come out at the time and said, "Listen, if you go on the ticket, we are going to leave the party." I think that would have made a lot of difference at the time.
Not too late. They can see it, they want to. It's not too late, but they also have ambition.
One man, can I say this, please?
Oh, go on.
People are making mistake. Even Wike camp were among those people, the delegates that they should throw it open. When they said it should come to the south,
I think it was Otom that was the committee. But
all of them agreed. All of them agreed to throw it open, isn't it?
No, hold on. They set up a committee that was headed by Otom, and he was the one that opened that window.
Hi.
What I'm saying is, let me make this. What I'm saying is, all of them agree to be throwing open, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, they agree. So why crying foul now?
To Nigeria, see, that was where Wike himself made the mistake, because on the APC side, even whether you like Tinubu or not, as soon as he saw that things were going against him, he came out. And he came out with the right thing last time.
Yeah, that's true.
There's always a time to fight your battle. Wike didn't fight the battle at the right time. So
he didn't know how to fight the battle. Which calls his capacity.
To be fair, it's his first time to go national.
No, he's overconfident. He's overconfident.
And it's
not
true.
because
And it's
it's
true.
first time.
And he had a chance. Remember, it was the last minute. I think Tambowa, they said, was the one that knifed him in the back. So he thought he had it sewn up. But I think ICE is correct that he shouldn't have. That's where he should have drawn the line. That this is the way things were, and we need to stick to it. You see what I mean? And if he made a lot of noise there, then maybe Atiku went through. Atiku will be facing a lot of headwind, even from the party, because of that alone. And people will be, apprehensive about, voting for him just because of that. And now that they've screwed that one up monumentally, this is what gave rise to Peter Obi's movement now, because nobody likes both of them, clearly. And I see, this thing is so funny right now, because September could come, they fire the gun for campaigns, and Peter Obi might just run the table. These people are just thinking that this thing, the infrastructure is going to make all the difference. But the differences between the candidates are too big, because the other two are too old. It's just too big. And Peter Obi can just come and just say, how are you, ladies? That's the end of it.
No, forget all that. Peter, what do you mean they are too old? There's an 8-year difference between Peter Obi and Tinubu.
Yeah, but it looks like 40 years difference. Are you what am I supposed to make of that? It looks like 40 years different. It doesn't look like 8 years. That's the problem. No, but it's a fact now. It's a fact. When one of them is ill, it's not his fault that he's ill, and it's not his fault that he's well known, because being well known also makes you seem older even. So all that comes in and plays against him, and he's had his time. Personally, I think Tinubu has had his time. He's raised a lot of great politicians that he could have allowed to, take his position and become his legacy.
When did he have his time? Because as far as I can see, Peter Obi and Tinubu are at the same phase in their political journey. Tinubu was a 2-term governor of Lagos State, which ended in 2007, was it? And Peter Obi was a 2-term governor of Anambra State. And that is their plateau as it stands now. So what time has Tinubu had?
Tinubu has supported the election of how many presidents? He supported the rise of so many governors. This guy, he's a monumental figure. He's accomplished a lot. There are people out there that wouldn't exist without Tinubu.
Yeah, so that's testament to his capacity.
But that's my point.
So
He's done so much.
Where is the testimony of Obi's capacity?
His capacity is it's fair. His capacity is that he has run a state and he has accomplished some things in that state. He has in terms of education, he's done relatively well in education. In terms of infrastructure, no, he done well in education. He done well in infrastructure.
He did not. I'm not sure if we were here when
we
debunked
it. What infrastructure? You were saying something about.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I was in Onitsha. I can tell. I don't know whether he was the one that did it in Onitsha, but I was in Onitsha and I saw a massive transformation in Onitsha when I was there.
What is it? Quantify it. Let's hear.
No, the roads in Onitsha, the traffic that I used to see, that I didn't see it anymore, and the energy you see in the
energy.
The
energy.
I don't know.
How do you record that? How do you record that?
Come on, man. Only me. I see. Only me. You know, you are like a cold-blooded creature. You don't feel that energy, but I do. When I go somewhere, you can feel the vibrancy. Yeah, the vibrancy in the air. You can feel it, and the roads are clear. I see. I drove past on nature. I didn't feel anything. See, believe you me, you know, when we used to traverse that road, it's hell on earth. But all those things are cleared because somebody did a good job.
And those are his credentials to be president of Nigeria.
The energy. In that case, Ganduje should be emperor of Nigeria if you're going to say it's by roads.
No. See, come on, man. Come on. See, it's not only that, he also diagnoses the problems of the country. So by that standard, who are you going to elect? If Trump can become a president with talking total trash,
you know what you've just done.
What are we talking about here?
You know what you've just done, to Nigeria? You've just described how Tinubu should be president above Peter Obi, because you've given us detailed instances of Tinubu's achievements.
Yes.
And with Peter Obi, you said he created energy. I don't know what.
No. He didn't just create energy. I didn't say he created energy. I said I went to his state and I saw things have changed. The roads have really changed. I saw flyovers. I saw bridges. I was able to drive past his state. So the point is that he did some good work. See, what does it take to become a president? Obasanjo was in jail, came out, he became a president. Yaradua became a president. Goodluck Jonathan became a president. So what does it take to become a president anymore? Sometimes it's actually good that you have somebody that is humble.
No,
and
all of them have stronger.
All
of them had stronger credentials than Peter Obi. All those people you've listed.
The credentials. I don't understand what you mean by credentials. You just need to be educated to become a president.
Not education, antecedents.
Antecedents. What is this thing we keep using the term antecedents? It's only in Nigeria they use that term.
What do you mean antecedents? They're talking about your CV. It's your CV, isn't it? They have stronger CVs than Peter Obi.
So
I think it's more about
leadership. Doesn't have. It's not. Sorry, leadership is
Jonathan was the
more.
vice president before he became president, so that's a stronger CV than Peter Obi. Obasanjo was former head of state, and Yar'Adua was equal measure to Peter Obi.
And where are we now?
What do you mean, where are we now?
The results, it tells you that we are selecting our leaders based on false premises. Sometimes the leaders you need are the ones that actually understands the problem properly, not from the way.
What has Peter Obi demonstrated that shows an understanding of the Nigerian problem?
From the things he has said about them. No people, no. In terms of the productivity level in Nigeria, in terms of what the economy is going to need, in terms of
that's all Lamba.
Okay, I have had a lot of people speak.
Sunanja, you have used the right word. Sunanja, you used the right word. Selection.
Hold on, Obe. So you've heard a lot of people speak to Niger, but now you hear this person speak.
Facility tonight. Doesn't Peter Obi dirty ticket have a solution to insecurity in Nigeria?
We do.
And what is that?
My answer is that we do. Just take it. We do.
What solution do you have?
We do have the solution.
How would you fix it? Nigerians want to know.
We do have the solution.
That is a low blow. I'm not here. That's a low blow. You're making me defend Peter Obi. See,
can somebody slap that guy? Can somebody slap him?
Look at that. He's a Mauritanian now. What does he know about anything?
That's not fair.
See, for me, leadership is not only about certificate. It's also about the timing. So if the time is not for you, let some other person, because this is a national this in interest, this is situation we are facing here. So on this one, maybe we will agree to disagree. I believe that Wike would have done way better, and I believe that Peter Obi would do better than the other two, because the headwind against the other two is too much. From Atinubu's health and his corruption issues and all the rest that will be chasing
what about
him.
Peter Obi's corruption issue?
It's not. Come on, you know, it doesn't hold water. Most of it doesn't hold water.
Can we move forward?
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's not. It doesn't stack up. It does. If you compare it to the humongous one the others have, you know, going, it's just too much. Too much headwind. Peter Obi at least comes.
There is more evidence of Peter Obi's corruption than there are of Atiku or Tinubu's corruption. The Atiku, yes, the Atiku Tinubu corruption, they are speculative, but the Peter Obi corruption is documented.
They are speculative. The guy they are both multi-billionaires. How big can you get?
Yeah, but is that not speculative? But
no, it's not speculative.
Peter Obi's looting is documented.
See, would you consider somebody that works in a Mama Buka, driving a Mercedes, corrupt, compared to somebody that is working in the bank driving the same Mercedes? It's not the same thing. The Mama Buka, the Tinubu that was just a governor has so much money. Atiku, the same thing. So it's not the same level of wealth we are talking about here.
Tinubu didn't work in the private sector, you know.
No, it's about corruption. I'm just saying that there's evidence of corruption in the fact that they are extremely
because
rich.
they are wealthy. They are wealthy. Yes. Damns them for being corrupt.
So I mean,
actually,
hold on. But Peter Obi that was caught with 250 million naira in cash, red-handed, he's not corrupt.
The one that they found in Apapa or somewhere in Lagos, is that what?
No, that's a different one. What?
I don't know which other one.
What about the other? What about the 2 billion? The Virgin Island money laundering facilitation that he has. All of these things.
Oh no. Who is saying? See, I get what you are saying, but I still think this
Peter Obi was caught with raw cash in his hands, stealing.
No, come on, man. The speaker, see, you don't know what they were doing with the money because it's not in jail now.
What can you be doing with raw cash? What can you be doing with raw cash?
Because see, okay, I heard about the one that they found in the car, you know, where he went there to explain why the money was there. Whether it's dodgy. See, I'm not here advocating that this in Peter Obi is clean. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the others have greater headwind, and you have to admit that only one man. The others have the greater headwind against them.
There's nothing that damns Tinubu or Atiku that does not damn Peter Obi more.
What?
So, to Niger,
wow, okay.
To Niger, quick one. You say, yeah, youth is on. I mean, I say youth. Age is on Peter Obi's side, but with age shall come vibrancy of ideas. What idea has Peter Obi implemented? Now, I'm not talking about what he talks about production company. What idea has he implemented? What level of what level of like thinking through solutions that you can go back to Anambra and you said he did this? For example, let me give an example. For example, in the Anambra, he handed school back over to the missions. You know who started that? Tinubu did. Tinubu handed school to missions in 2001. He was the first governor to do it. So Peter Obi borrowed that idea. So what is Peter Obi's unique idea? Let's even forget about projects. Let's talk about infrastructure. His idea, something
handing over to missionary, not an achievement.
It's not an achievement. I know it's not an. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm trying to drive to because we say
anyway, but
we say it's youth. Okay, with youth should come some advantages. The other advantages should be your like mental fortitude, being able to think, being able to do this. Show me what Peter Obi has demonstrated in his record that shows he has an idea. I don't want to hear any of these petty talks now, quoting statistics that are inaccurate. Just tell me something.
That's another space. All the statistics that he quotes inaccurate.
There is some truth to some of them, and maybe it's not as precise as you're saying, but it's
okay. Imprecise. Just call it imprecise. Answer my question.
You see, I was talking more about Wike, but somehow I'm defending Peter Obi now. Okay, fair point. You see, Peter Obi, for what I gather, he got his education, the school's education ranking from 30 something to number one.
By borrowing an idea and also leveraging on Atiku's,
Oh God!
Atiku's intervention.
Okay, kick him in the teeth for doing the right thing. Okay, it's all right.
No, he did the right thing, but I'm just saying, it is youth. You claim those guys are old, but yes, the one that's young demonstrates that he has ideas and solutions in his head. Apart from this petty talk he's talking and misstatement of facts that he's doing now. Go back to his record. Give me an idea.
Just to add this as well. Sorry, Tunaja, just to add this as well. The transformation of Anambra State education, it wasn't a Peter Obi achievement. It was an Atiku achievement. We established that here. I'm not quite sure if you were around when we were doing that, but it was Atiku that transformed the education in Anambra, not Peter Obi.
I saw a video of Atiku saying something about going down there and seeing that the education system was not very good. That was before, I think, if I'm not mistaken, before Peter Obi's time, and he did some things to help the state. And Peter Obi came there, and they were ranking
and leveraged on that, and leveraged on what Atiku said.
and also borrowed Tinubu's idea too. Well, give me the idea that he did.
He did leave money in office when he was leaving, which is one of the.
That's not an idea. That's not an idea. That is
what is an idea to leave money that other people haven't done. Even Tinubu that had all the money coming.
Wait, let's talk now. He said he left. He said he left.
He said he with all that money coming, he didn't leave a penny in office.
He said he left.
Who told you
Wait
that
now.
He didn't leave a penny?
Let's talk about that. You said he left. You said he left money, but he left a dilapidated infrastructure in the state. So he left money and he didn't leave any sort of means for Anambra to kind of continue. So the next guy was the one that had to think through things, start building stuff. If Peter Obi did not build anything and did not like kind of put an idea. So that's where I'm going to, like, if it's youth that we say Peter Obi has, it needs to translate into an advantage. What is that advantage from a mental capacity point of view?
I'm just saying that he's better than the other two. And
you cannot quantify it.
Sorry. No, I can quantify it. I'm already quantified. I've already said the timing, the headwinds, and all the rest. It's very clear that the others will have a lot of problems running the country compared to Peter Obi. That is a clear difference between two of them. And in my own case, that I guess that's why you are asking me to, justify what my comments about Peter Obi. But my original statement was about this thing, Wike. But I think we are all, we've trashed this issue, and we probably are in different positions on them. I just believe that we need to move on from the old generation, and we need to test new ideas. And we can't just say just because somebody has the certificates and all the rest, they are going to do well. They are not.
We need to move on from this topic to one man. We need to move on.
How about this ticket money that they go ahead.
Why do you always link ideas to age? I want to understand your logic when it comes to that aspect.
Because you can't give what you don't have. When you are your scope of understanding and your way of thinking and the things you grew up with, your mannerism, everything has come through a certain time and period. It's hard to translate that to a new generation and effectively.
Okay, just hold on one second. But I want to quickly come in here. Yeah. If you look at some of the world politicians who have had the largest number of youth followership. You look at someone like Bernie Sanders in the United States, right? It's an old man. You look at someone like Jeremy Corbyn in the United Kingdom. It's an old man. These two guys are old, but whenever they run for offices, they always command the highest number of the younger generation following them. So regardless of the age of their opponents, they tend to always have the highest number of the young people following them. So their ideas are tailored to kind of favor younger generations. So it's not necessarily your age, but the ideas, your policies that you are putting in.
But that's the problem now. The policies of these guys are old people's policies. Jeremy Corbyn and Sanders are pursuing socialistic policies that are relatively opposite to
Atiku's policies are old people policies. Is that what you've just said?
Yeah. They are old people policies. It's what Bola Ige probably said some time ago. Everybody says they're going to solve the electricity problem. Look at where we are.
And
there's nothing innovative in it.
Peter Obi's policies, they are young people's. They are.
No, see, okay, fair point. See, why are you dragging me? You are dragging me to Peter Obi defense. I'm not here to defend
because Peter Obi is Wike is not in play now, so we are talking about the people in play.
Okay, Peter Obi, he talked about electricity. I'm not very happy with him. He noticed that when I say things, I'm more focused on the people. We need to demand emergency action on electricity. We need to demand transparency. Those type of things. I am on the people. I don't care too much about which politician. Go ahead.
On the issue of electricity, I just want to quickly come in here. You see the policies Atiku introduced in his whether his manifesto or one part of his electricity policies when it comes to decentralizing the power grid. That is the national consensus on ground in the country right now. That is where everybody is driving towards. The only person I have not heard come in that direction is Peter Obi. The Nigerian
doesn't know
Senate,
anything about anything.
The Nigerian Senate, July 20th this year, passed a bill, Electricity Bill 2022. Go and look at that bill. It's exactly what Atiku is presenting right now. So everybody, even if you listen to Ekiti State Governor when he was running for president, he was in this direction as well, decentralizing of power. So everybody is moving towards this direction. The bill has already been passed in the Senate. It's been taken to the House. So the bill that was passed in the Senate was for states and individuals to be able to generate and distribute electricity. So if you are able to generate less than 1 megawatt, you would not need a license from the state governor.
But if you generate over that,
yeah, but this is what I'm saying. That is the consensus. That is the direction of everybody right now. But the only person who had to go to Egypt to go and learn what to do is Peter Obi. So this is what I'm trying to say. Policies. People don't ask questions. What are his policies? What direction do you want to go?
I think Nigerians are being conditioned to think that everything that they decentralize is going to work better, even when there is no evidence of that happening. Because if you look at the state governors, the way they behave, they are worse than the federal government.
Yeah, but there are examples.
They are going to behave better when you hand power to them.
There are examples that is the direction we need to go.
A liberalized space always a liberalized space always works better than a centralized space.
Yeah, there's an example already. There's an example in Edo State already where the governor brought in investors and they built a 50 megawatt power plant. That power plant now is what is giving the governor's office light, is powering the street light, is powering different institutions of government in the state as we speak right now. So all they need to do is start to extend those power into people's homes. So there is already a sample there that people can work from.
No, I agree with that. Actually, decentralizing power supply, personally, I don't even know why it was in the national exclusively. I don't know what is the point. Is it that they're going to use power to overthrow the government? I don't know. It was a stupid thing to even put it there in the first place. So yeah, I'm for that. But I think we always want to decentralize everything. We have to watch out that state governors they tend to be worse. These are people that I have heard of that are preventing funds from getting to local government, and they don't pay their workers. Look at the embarrassment that they suffered the other day.
Someone did not conduct local government elections for 8 years. One of the candidates did not. Sat on their money. You know who that person is? Peter Obi.
Oh my God, that is terrible for him to have done. He has to have
that guy is very terrible.
They're going to ask him questions about that now.
Can I say something? You see, where my take is on these old versus young people. See, that's a serious misconception. See, someone can be 100 years old and even be more digital than someone that is even 22 years old. So we just have to. That is why we look towards the person that can give policy. When you give the right policies and you liberalize the economy, those people play in different industry, whether digital, whether different type of industry, they will naturally come. So now what we fail to understand, or we are not considering, is this: is the youth of that country that brought Nigeria down to a nil as we speak today. Who were those people that that planned coup against our federal structure, our democracy in 1966? Who were those people that crashed our federal this thing? You understand? The youth we are talking about. So being a youth doesn't mean that you have something to
How old
offer.
was Buhari when he first became head of state? How old was Gowon? How old was Obasanjo when he became head of state?
Exactly. So when you look at those things, sometimes the age also come with experience. But if you are saying the type of old men we have are corrupt people that do not really mean well for the country, that is understandable. But now to say, okay, because they are old, that is why they cannot rule the country. No, we shouldn't do that. We should remember that people like you and myself will become old one day. It doesn't negate the fact that we have experience and we have something to offer. You know, there are some 70 years old people that are very conversant, even more agile in IT.
You see, this is the issue with Nigerians have with Nigerians. This issue with
So
Nigerians.
it's just like when you go to your university these days, now you see old professors. You cannot match the idea, the experience of all those professors with the upcoming one, you know, that we have to be mentored. So the problem is the old people we have, they are the same old people that drag the country down. That is where you are going to. It doesn't mean we cannot find
All right. Round off your thoughts on that space, to Niger.
And Obi, I'm supporting Obi too, but it doesn't mean that Obi is the best. The reason for me supporting Obi is just because of the choice that Tinubu made. Because when you look at all the candidates presented to us, to be honest, if I can conclude, they are all actually garbage. Among the garbage, that is what we are discussing, the one that will be the best. Left to me alone, let us sit down around table and discuss how we want to rule the country. We want to move the country forward. You can see centralize, for example, but when you centralize and you have the right policy, it's not a problem. Look at our telecommunication. It's centralized, but see the policy. The policy is not necessarily dragging the country back, but you centralize something, but the policy around it is for some people to allocate some fund resources of the country to themselves. That is where the problem is. So
I agree with you that when people are old, doesn't necessarily prevent them from having young ideas.
Let's do Niger round off because I want to be
sorry. Can I help you? Can I help you, Niger?
Ask one man. He's in.
No, let Niger round off because we're 3.5 hours in now.
Yeah, it's quite long. Why didn't I talk about that ticket one now? I'm here defending like a, what do they call it? Like I'm a kind of a Peter Obi candidate. I'm not here to defend Peter Obi.
Yeah. You spent 2 hours talking about Wike.
Yeah, I was here talking about Wike, and I was hoping that was going to be brief, but it turned out that everybody was passionate about it. But that ticket one is the one that is getting me wounded up even more.
Which ticket one?
These airlines and crying about their money.
All right, brief thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that the Nigerians don't have much to apologize for, because Nigeria, they have to decide on how much resources that they've got in there. They are struggling to even pay their debts. Nigeria is struggling to pay its debt, so we can't just hand money over to these people so that they take their money and go and gallivant away while our economy is tanking. Because if the federal government defaults on paying their debts, the consequences will be far-reaching compared to holding on to these funds. Besides, this type of event has occurred before. I think in 2015, from what I gather, this happened before, and the federal government went on to clear it again. So it's just a way of adjusting or managing cash flow within the economy so that we don't suffer a worse fate. And if these institutions don't want to, behave, they know this has happened before and Nigeria has dealt with it, then they should go and suck lemon. I don't care. The point is, we as a nation, we have to prioritize our own interests because they do it all the time. When they took Abacha's money, they kept it for decades before they even started sending them down in trickles. And what did you think they were doing with the money all that time? Did you see us crying every day about it and banning them from coming into Nigeria and all the rest? So, from my take, we have to make decisions based on our own national interest. And I think the federal government may be doing the right thing actually on this one. And maybe they should be more understanding instead of trying to penalize Nigerians for such an action. Because if you look at the federal government, remember, when we have their money, they have an interest in Nigeria doing okay. If you don't have their money, then they can just run and go away and you can die. But if you have their money and maybe the economy is going into trouble, they will make call to IMF. Hey, come on, can you give these people a bit of this? They have by hundreds of millions and all the rest of it. So there is something to be said that if we hold their money, it's like an assurance that our economy doesn't just tank like that, and it helps us pay our debts. I think they said that the federal government is struggling to even service the debt based on our revenue. So I think it's the right thing for the country to do.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you. Well put. So have that interjection, Saki Fada, but it's not going to lead to a conversation because I'm going to move swiftly after you to V. About Saki Fada, you wanted to say?
Yes, quickly. I don't want to take your time. Number one is that on the issue of what transpired in PDP that allowed Atiku to clinch that ticket, a very fundamental revelation was made by one Val. I don't know whether you know Valentine Ozigbo.
Ozigbo, yeah, I saw him all over the news just
Yes,
today.
he was the former governorship candidate of PDP in another election.
Yeah,
So
it's
he
crossed over to Peter Obi.
Yeah, so he made a revelation today. He said that Atiku accepted for power to rotate to the south, but he gave one condition. And the condition he gave is that if it must go to the south, it must be in the southeast. He said that that is the only condition on which he will agree to like step down for the power to go to the south. But he now said that if otherwise, if it's not going to go to the southeast, then the PDP should throw it open. Val made this revelation. And then people like Wike and some other people didn't accept that. Because of that very confusion, they now decided to throw it open. So he was trying to say that on one part, it wasn't Atiku that actually caused what is happening now. But Atiku agreed to step down, but he gave only one condition. Now the condition is that South has had presidency. So if he's not going to go to Southeast, then it is better that it is thrown open. Everybody should contest. So that was what happened. So that's one of the first.
No, that is his account though. So that's his
account. The person
account.
that said it is Val. I have had it before, but Val now said it today. But apart from that, the second one I want to say is that we have told a lot of lies on this platform about the person of Peter Obi and what he did. Kulata and one man. I'm just coming from a space that lasted for 6 hours now. The very important personality who served as a commissioner under Peter Obi was called to space for a lot of questions. We were about 2,800 people in that very space. And questions that were thrown upon her was about 100 questions, more than 100 questions from different people. It lasted for 6 hours. If you have time, you can go and listen to it. It was recorded. You know the woman, her name is
put the link in the comment section.
I'll put it.
In the private chat.
Yeah, her name is Professor Stella Okola, the first female professor of mass communication in sub-Saharan Africa. He was the commissioner for information, and she later became, what do we call that person? Chief of staff during the administration of Peter Obi. She made a lot of revelations that I myself didn't even know half of it. It was today
Give us a couple of the headlines. Give us a couple, just one or two of the headlines.
Okay, there was a fundamental question that they asked him what happened, why is it that P2B did not conduct a local government election? And she said that P2B conducted local government election, but it was in the second term. That he will agree that he didn't do it when immediately they come in. She said that the reason that they did not conduct it at the beginning was that that we all know how Anambra was before P2B came in. That the insecurity was too much. And Anambra has a staunch kidnapper like this man. You know this guy? This guy that was
Andy Uba.
no. This strong kidnapper in Nigeria, Evans. Evans. So that Evans opened up that it was doing that P2B was the person that pursued him outside of that Anambra state. That kidnapping was too much. A lot of confusion was too much. I remember that P2B didn't last long and he was impeached. So he was battling with the impeachment. He said that the first 2 years of his administration, he was focused on fighting insecurity first because the insecurity was too much. So he couldn't focus more on the issue of election. That the election was conducted in the second term.
Well, was that why he instructed that the security, they should be killing people?
I'm coming. They now asked him again why that people are saying that he never built anybody. Like the way Tinubu built people like these other governors, the likes of these people, like successors. Then the woman said that P2B's administration is the only administration during that time that recruited technocrats only. That the people that worked with him as commissioners, none of them were career politicians. That she, Professor Okola, never knew P2B. That P2B just read her CV and gave her a call that she wants her to serve. Then she was in Unizik and some others that she never knew P2B. And she now said that after P2B's administration, that almost all of them went back to what they were doing before. That she went back to school, which is Unizik, that she's still in Unizik. She now said that the Attorney General then, who was a son, Barrister Foba went back to his
But this lady is a Peter Obi acolyte now. So what expectation did you have of her other
exactly.
than
Exactly. And what platform is this, if you don't mind?
No,
guys, I've copied the link. I put it in the private chat. You guys can read it.
Oh, did you follow it as well? Did you follow it?
Not this post.
No, I'm very fast in searching.
No. Kulata, it is not this. It's not a publication. It was a Twitter space. We had this. I'm just coming out of that space. We were asking her questions. Even Senator Chimaru Kendamade was there, and people were even bashing with Senator Chimaru Kendamade because he wanted to talk nonsense. Then there was another question they asked her. They asked her about the issue of Anglican, that people are accusing P2B about Anglican Catholic kind of sectionalism, that he divided Anambra State across religious line. She now said, how can people be making such allegation when the commissioners P2B used, in Anambra State, if they were 10, about 6 of them were Anglicans. The Anglicans in that administration were more than the Catholics in that administration. And she herself was number 1 in that list. And she's an Anglican. She mentioned a lot of names that were Anglicans. They now asked her again, what about IGR? What happened? That Anambra State did not do much in IGR. Now people are saying that Obiano had more IGR than P2B. She now said, yes, that she laughed. After laughing, she said that Obiano's administration, although it appears it has more IGR, but that you cannot stress your poor population too much because you want to grow IGR. That there are other ways you can also get funds. She now said that P2B's administration did a lot of what we call developmental partnership. That's goal 8 of MDGs. That he partnered with a lot of developmental partners who supported Anambra State, and that was the money he was able to use to run the state. So he focused more on partnering with developmental partners, unless he didn't. The emphasis he focused on.
No, they are donor organizations, and
No, wait.
yes, no. You are
No.
painting a
No,
pretty
let me
picture,
tell you.
because that pretty picture was painted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, let me tell you. She said that before those, she called the organizations. She called UNICEF. She called another one. She called another one. And she said that all these donor agencies, that before they give you anything, that they will come to your state and review.
Hold on. You still have the floor, but hold on. Because what you are saying, we've heard it before, and this is where we heard it.
How much did he actually leave in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash, and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash, and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. If you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. So you can see it's teaming and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you do?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay, so that's the point I wanted to reach. So what you are saying is exactly what Obiano just said there. So they present impressive books to get partnership with these donor organizations.
Let me tell you.
So it's not breaking grounds. It's
Let
not.
me
It's
tell
just
you. Wait,
standard stuff.
No, wait now. Let me tell you. Obiano, if you know the way you see Fanny Kayode.
Don't worry about that. No, forget the character assassination. Forget the character assassination.
I'm not listening to what you say. What I'm trying to say in the first is that they asked him a lot of just watch that video. It was a 6 hours Twitter space. I'm just coming from it.
Do you expect her to criticize Obi after giving her that job? Come on, man. You're smarter than that.
You said what?
I said, do you expect her to criticize Obi after giving her that job? You're smarter than that, man.
I don't know. I'm talking about somebody that has. You should know. Go and read about Professor Konda. She's somebody that.
No, she was a Peter Obi. She has impressive credentials, but the real thing is she was a Peter Obi acolyte.
No. She was. See. Professor Konda is just like Dora Akoyere. You can ask me whether do I expect Dora Akoyere to criticize Obasanjo government. These people are people of integrity.
But you said she said about the IGR. So you can see that she admitted the IGR was low technically. Then she said this is what you said. You said they didn't want to be taxing people because Anambra people, they didn't want to put more burden on people that maybe are struggling. But the guy before Obi got higher IGR than Obi. He dropped under Obi. The guy after him got higher IGR. So it's not adding up. And then someone made a statement on some Sun News article, but I just don't like that Sun newspaper. That's why I don't put it. He said Obi let one of his relatives start collecting IGR because in my mind, how does IGR just drop from 7 billion to 4 billion in 1 year? Someone was collecting it on behalf of Obi or one of Obi's family members. I can post the Sun News. I don't trust Sun News. That's why I don't post it. But because it doesn't make sense that IGR kind of just dropped like that.
Anyway, I might not give you much detail. Just get out time to open your mind and
No, me, I'm not a voter. I'm not a voter, so I'm
No,
anywhere
you've not said anything that should lead to a change of heart on anything that we have said.
You now said he didn't conduct local government elections.
Well,
Yeah, he conducted it like a few months to end. Like
the
a few,
lady confirmed. The lady confirmed that he did not. So
8 years, he didn't conduct 8 years. 8 years, he did not.
No, the lady said they did the local government election in
At the end of his administration.
He didn't say
at the very end.
And let me tell you something. Like Tunaja, who said he has been in Anambra State. Anambra State has the best local government structures in the whole of the state compared to any other state in Nigeria. Go and verify this.
How do you know that?
You say these are the sort of things, you know. These are the sort of comments, you know.
How do you know that?
Is this sort of comments now?
I'm telling you.
How many state local governments have you been to that you make those kind of things?
Let me tell you. Anambra State government, that was what she said again today. Anambra State government was the first, under P2B, they were the first state to do what they call the poverty mapping in Nigeria. Poverty mapping in Nigeria. They did it. The woman said it and explained it. I will not give you much detail. Just take your time. If you are somebody like
send the link, I'll watch it.
I will send you the link.
Zaki, can I know what's the name of the platform?
It's Twitter now. Twitter.
Just copy the link and put it in the private chat.
I will copy it.
All right, thank you, Saki. But you've not debunked anything. I was expecting some killer moves, but we got no killer moves. Yes.
One man. Do you realize that when it comes to the issue of IGR, they never ask you to go and verify?
Well, we've been to verify anyway. You know, it is not just from abstracts that I say that Peter Obi is the worst of the three candidates. His performance in Anambra State was derisory at best, a failure in real terms. So if you condense all of it, you know, somebody sent me a strip line of people commenting in 2012 when Peter Obi was in play. People in Anambra, in their local talking spaces, all of them were condemning him. All of the volumes of documentation that we're seeing of that space is corruption, bad governance, nepotism, cronyism, you know, all of this sort of stuff. Yeah, so even the education space that they're trying to leverage, that they stand as the marquee, it was an Atiku initiative. So there is nothing in this guy's antecedents that suggests that he has anything to offer. So I see it as a tribal narrative, if I'm being completely honest with you. But let's go on to Ovie. Ovie, let me take you to the space. Go to the airline space, wanting their money, but they've stolen all the dollars in Nigeria. So they're saying, oops, sorry. Ovie, wake up.
No, I'm not sleeping. I think Ola and Kulata and you have spoke extensively on that regard, but I kind of lean towards what Tunanja take on that. I mean, all this one Nagragra, is it the Emirates they do? Where are they going? Nigeria is a market that you cannot toy with. You can only make your trades. Go. If you go, somebody else will take your space. So I understand their grievances, their money deserves to be paid and all that. But at this point, we're on the tight corner. They should be patient. But if they want to go, they should go. Other people will come in. Nigeria no be any market where now we don't like Nigeria. They talk trash about Nigeria every day. Nigeria is not the market that you want to toy with. They can't afford to just pack and go like that. And if they go, trust me, within the next day you see other airline tripping out in that region. But that doesn't mean that they should, not pay their money. But if the circumstance does not favor paying their money now, they should be patient. We are operating in international community space, so I don't see anything extraordinary that is alarming there. But as I said, there's a lot of
what about the obligations that those monies are dependent upon? Should they go and tell those people that they should be patient as well?
I mean,
you know that Emirates, all these people, they lease their planes from Boeing, and they have to service that lease. Should they go and tell Boeing to be patient as well?
I understand. I mean, but they still know the kind of market they are operating in. Nigeria no be strange place. This happened before in 2016. I think that's what Tunaja was trying to point out. What are they going to do? You want pack and go? Go now. You pay your money, but I promise you, once you leave, that place is not going to remain vacant. 200 million people strong. Out of those 200 million, there are 20 million people who are doing extremely well that are patronizing them. Somebody will take advantage of that space. I am not in any way saying that, federal government is doing great thing by, due to what is happening. I'm not in any way suggesting that, but at this point, if you did threat, good luck.
All right. And to the Atiku plan for electricity, a lot of divergent opinions on that.
I mean, it's Matthew Como that said that politician campaign in poetry but govern in prose. It's very easy to be laying all these sweet plans where you're on the campaign train, but when you're on the seat, it's a different ball game. PDP has been in power for 16 years, to which is a very active partner in that movement, in the lack of words. What have they done? Is they getting better? APC has done 8 years now. Let me put it that way. Is it getting better? At this point, just poetry. If it's left for, let's say, I think at the beginning when you are reading that, you are actually making a case for him against Obi's own strategy about power. Left for me, if it left for the two of them, say now two of them remain for the race, and the only deciding factor is power, I'll go for Obi. Because we have seen Atiku and PDP for 16 years, which idea the only guy now that he hasn't had for the past 16 years that they are in power. So all those, I'm not falling for all that paperwork.
Obi, have you forget Obi was in PDP 3 months ago?
Oga, I just tell you, allow me to make I just tell you my point. If it's left for the two of them in the race and they say that the deciding factor is the power, I will go for Obi. We have seen 16 years of PDP. To which is the vice president.
If you are saying the deciding factor is the power, and Atiku presents you a roadmap that is coherent, but Obi presents you nothing, you go with Obi?
Yes, we have seen 16 years of PDP with their power plan. We've seen it. We have experienced it. Let me see somebody fresh. Let me see fresh. Whatever is going to do there, let me give that person a chance.
I think I get where Ovi is coming from, because it's not PDP had a plan the time they spent that 16 billion and nothing came out of it.
Nothing, I beg. Let's forget about this paperwork or whatever. As I said, you campaign in poetry, but when you get to that space, it's a different ball game. We have seen it 16 years.
Campaign in poetry, govern in prose.
Rest. To which he served 18 years as the vice president. 8 years, sorry. So make it go sit down. If it remains for these two of them, between him and Obi, and the deciding factor is power, I'll go for Obi. We've seen it. We've seen APC. For God's sake, because all this one we talk, when it comes to presidency, it's not about you alone. It's about the people that are also bringing you in. So whether we like it or not, if I think we end up becoming the president, we are still going to see the old people who serve in the administration for the past 16 years. Now then we'll sit there around. So there's nothing that is going to change, nothing new that is coming in. The same thing goes to APC. That's why I feel sorry for Tinubu in a way. What is he going to do different that is going to far from what the Buhari has done? They have the same age, they have the same age-wise, nothing. And the same group, the same people will sit there around that power. And the presidency, I know, is not just about you. You don't even have the power to take decision by yourself. You have to consult the people around you. So I beg, I don't fall for that thing. If you remain for the two of them, saying I will be and Atiku remain, and I decided for the power, I'll go for Obi, even if he doesn't have idea how to run the power. I have faith on him, because we've seen the PDP, as I said. There's nothing there. I'm not going to fall for that. That's just my own opinion.
All right. So over to the space, petrol price of kerosene, cooking gas increased by 98 and 105% respectively, all within the period of 1 year. So we like to talk all these grandstanding talks, but the actual on the ground effect of it is just harrowing for the Nigerian person.
It's a situation we find ourselves. If we are looking for somebody to blame, we blame APC. That's why we don't want them back in the power. You see the same thing with the petrol space and everything, all tied to subsidy and what have you. they have lost touch, or they've lost the control of what is happening. Because it's fair enough, six months to the next election, I don't see him doing anything different or anything magic to make the situation get better. So again, it's boiled down to the politics of things. They should go. It's an indication that even the person that is going to come is coming under their platform is not going to do better. Because not them. So at this point, let's focus on the new people that are coming in. Forget these people. They don't know what they are doing. So I'm not surprised, but at the same time, we can't be crying all the my mama say who they cry they see road. So we can't just be crying. That time we should focus on the people that are coming in. We have choice. We have about 16 people who are contesting for president. As far as I'm concerned, PDP had their share, APC had their share. Let them go. We need new people. Even though those people are come, they say they are not competent, they don't get their idea, but let them come in. We need new faces to run our government at this point. I don't care how competent they are, or whatever, but we just need new people.
But we don't have new faces, though. Is the thing.
No, one man, we do have new people in terms of let's put these four parties in those scrutiny. If we come to power, we are bound to see at least 40 to 50% of people that are serving that administration as new people that they've never served in that capacity before. Same go to NNPP. We are glad to see 30 to 40% of new people that have never served in that capacity. If Tinubu coming, who are we going to see that is going to be different? Nobody knew. The same thing to Atiku if he comes in. Who are we going to see that is different?
Why are you saying that?
Because our party they run government now. Forget this that one person. The one person just the head, the figurehead. Now party they run government. It's a party idea. Now democracy within a party idea. So they are not going to bring anything. Let's continue to recycle new people and see where we are going to go from there. It can't get worse than this. Can it get worse than this? We have seen it.
Well, it can get worse than this if we end up with.
Let's go there.
No, we don't want to go there. Is the thing.
If it gets worse than this, we're in
if we end up with elements like Peter Obi or so.
At this point, if we are actually looking for any drastic change, the country has to explode. I believe that because for me, from day one, I am against the presidential system of government we are practicing. There's no way we can achieve any significant progress with this kind of system of government. Now, slow. So if the country wants to explode, so be it. That will give us another trajectory. But these same people, no, because when Buhari they come, when APC they come, I said it, they are going to set up past 30 years. They didn't prove me wrong. They proved me right by the day. So let another party come in. I don't care if it's a show party or anybody. Let the new party come. We'll recycle with new different. Because it's becoming ridiculous. Waiting new APC party won't do for government that is going to be extremely different than what they are doing now. What is PDP are coming to do that we've not seen before? So because of the same organ we are practicing, we the general masses have ability to no choice. Now our chance now will be this. Let's show them if we can bring another party in. Because if not, we are still going to be seeing the same people. So there's nothing. I'm not excited that Tinubu is coming to change anything or anybody. No, it's a party affair. They have failed in every ramification. Let's bring incompetent people in and see what's going to happen. Let the country explode. And go set them back.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So let me go from your VF full time. Let me go to ICE and have his commentary on the article plan. So ICE, are you still there? All right. I don't think I have ICE
on the weekend space, if you don't mind. On the weekend space, if you don't mind. The guy don't flog himself to a corner that now he go the beg now. You know, remember I said this before. I said 2 things. I think it was last year. All of that laughed me. I said me and wicked contest I could beat out. We say, oh, I told you talk rubbish. And I went again and said,
what are you making of what Tuna just said that Wike is articulate? That caught me off guard because Wike is many things. I've never thought of Wike as an articulate person.
Sorry, I didn't say articulate. I said great communicator.
Great communicator.
His biggest problem is that communication. The guy doesn't know how to talk. You need to understand the terrain you are in. You no be small beginner. My mate, because the Nigerian are place busy. The people that actually holds the key to the government, they watch how you move and what you say more than your performance. That is the society we live in.
how you communicate is very important. We cannot have respect for anybody. Started from his own royal home to any part of the country, they insult everybody. You cannot insult your way to power. I don't care who you are. Now Nigeria we dey. People pay attention to that. So if you are saying that communication is great, that is his greatest problem. He talks anyhow.
Why
And that is
respect
what
what has got us here? Why respect what has got us this into this state?
Through Nigeria, we are a cultural society. You can't take that away from us. I don't care how educated, how exposed we are. You cannot take that away from who we are. Now, people you will go meet to say, I beg, support me. Those people watch what you say, not what you give them or what you do. That's who we are. You can't change it overnight. Definitely not wicked. When you go there and say, nobody is above whether you go to insult. It doesn't work like that.
Sometimes you make it sound like the failure, though. He came close to actually beating a veteran politician for the ticket.
He came close, no, they win. This is not winner take his own. Now, who win, and they go. It doesn't matter how close you are. There's a reason you came close, and there's a reason you lost it. It doesn't matter how close you are, you lost it. And it's good if his care is not taken the way it's going, it's going to lose the governor's seat because his goal is to produce the next governor of Rivers State. And the way it's going, he's going to lose it. God bless them. They no agree with this reconstruction they are going. Guess what is going to happen to him? They will suspend him. And they have already moved into that direction already. They don't meet in May for Rivers.
You seriously think that Wike is going to lose Rivers State? That is just incredible. It's not going to happen.
If the way it's going, you are talking as if Nigeria, you don't know how, not Nigeria, this political system you are playing, the talk as you don't know how they work. It's by selection. Forget all these votes with me and you they talk. When the time come, men will get grab, they go press button, they will turn out from them. Nothing if you do. Who's of them are not be governor of Imo State? Forget that. So you need to understand the terrain you are operating in. If you push too much, they will change them for that instead. No go be present the governorship. And that's the way the thing is going.
You make it sound as if whom are these people you are talking about that are Thanos that can decide the fate of the country?
Ovie believes in all these shadowy figures. He believes in all these shadowy figures.
People will make Uzodi not governor. Uzoma came forth, I be told, but he's the governor now. Can you beat that? He no stand. Nothing will happen where no go roll. You know, pass you are not bigger than the party or the country. Nothing will happen. They will change up your present. Nothing you fit do.
Ovie, let me say this. Ovie, please. Have you ever seen anybody insulting like Wike become president of Nigeria? Our past president.
No, you can't do it.
We are cultured people. We are cultured people.
Culture is killing us. Where has culture gotten us? See, sometimes you need people that break tradition to get things on. But fair point, he did lose. You know, he came close, but he did lose.
To Nigeria, nobody will tell you not to trade that part. But good luck. That's just it. You have the freedom to do whatever you want. But good luck. When the time comes, they will put you where you belong. That's the society we are in. There's nothing you can do. I tell you, Usodima is the governor of the state in Nigeria. You know how he plays out. And he stands. So what is the talk again?
I think that it's
now
not
the
time.
system of government where we are practicing a system of government that
when Lenin taught through Russia and the revolution movement taught through France and all the rest, it was their time. I think sooner or later, somebody's going to emerge that is going to upend the system if it carries on like this. Wike is a mercy.
Until that time. Until that time. I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but until that time. Not be Wike going to make it happen.
I agree with what Tuna just said, that the rescue has to be some hero type person that will break through. And that sort of person, it will be somebody from the Showore type of things, but not quite like Showore. Somebody that has a real, it's a blend between that Showore, Nnamdi Kanu sort of, that's the space that can rescue Nigeria, but not any of the political, that's the space. Those
but one man,
extreme left of wing,
It is very easy to make reference to Lennon and all that. What system of government was in play during Lennon time and whoever that you mentioned? That's the you should put into consideration. I keep saying it. The people that brought all this system of government, they know what they were doing. It's a different system. How you won't do it when you go pass through primaries? Wike is a great example. He went to primary. Those are the people who elect to govern you, not be us. They go select them, give you a selection, and you see it. Unless you want scale all through this step to become president, which is not going to happen. You have to go through system, through primaries and all that. Now from there they go treat your fuck up. If you don't get the ticket, you go change the country. No, you have to get the ticket first and win to change the country. So you have to put all this into consideration. This presidential system of government is a trap against the Nigerian masses. It's a trap. Whoever they want, that's who they will present for you to vote. These are 4 people that before us. Not people we elect them now. Even though we thought, okay, Obi no follow to that process, John Okogo no follow that process. But guess what? Men still stand their back. Now men see they dictate for them from behind. So all these things, there are some details you need to pay attention to before talking, oh, it will change overnight. No, it's a trap. This system is a trap. Until we find a way to change this system.
We need, you know what, we need a quantum leap in Nigeria. We need something significant and potent, you know. Not this election is just putting band-aid over a wound. It's just a cover-up. It's just plastering over cracks. None of these people that we're discussing, they're never going to do anything that is going to significantly impact in any meaningful way that will progress us as a people. None of them. They're just all the same. They are telling us that Obi that was caught with 250 million naira in cash is not a corrupt man. You know, that Tinubu that can barely stand up is going to be president, or Atiku that is a looter. See, they're all the same. So there is come 2023, maybe there might be a little bit here and a little bit there, but there's not going to be anything meaningful that is going to, you know. But what we need is a leap, because there's too many things wrong with the country. The solutions are there, but the solutions are not embedded in any of these elements that are parading themselves. I don't think so.
That is what Wike offered. That is why I thought Wike was a crazy guy. He offered that leap.
No, forget Wike. Wike is just a drunkard.
And the people can make the difference. It's not all about the people can make the difference.
To Nigeria, if you have that craziness to turn things around, you no go show them. Once you show them, I swear, you no go pass through the primaries. That's the system at play, and that's where Wike got it wrong. Be calm, don't do gra. They go put you for where you belong. That's why I said the country, until the country explodes, and I'm glad that Buhari is bringing us closer. That is the only thing I'm giving Buhari credit for. He's making the country so bad that maybe the next person will come will continue for where Buhari stuff will make them bad. Until then, when the country explodes, however I want to explode, whether a civil war, whatever, until that thing happen, that quantum leap that the one you are talking about, we know what achieve. We'll never achieve it.
All these 2023 elections that we're talking about is just for the purposes of keeping ourselves. We're hoping against hope, isn't it, really? I think we all across the board know that nothing significant or meaningful will change in 2023.
I don't know. Don't count me. I don't know. I want something to teach
you can live in hope, but we've been through the cycle so many times, and a lot of the actors that took us through those cycles, they are still the actors in play. So that's hoping against hope, isn't it? That's hoping against hope.
Our president has been selected 3 months ago when they did the primaries. All this one are just ceremony and charade they do. Whoever we voted for, whoever, I don't care if it's show will be whatever, whoever is not going to bring that significant change that we need. It not will happen. It just that's how the system.
We have a systemic problem in Nigeria, and that is what we have. And we have a constitutional problem in Nigeria, and that is what we have. So little amendments in the constitution of Nigeria is not going to effect any real meaningful change. What is a complete rewrite of the constitution that is a for the people constitution that protects the country. That is not going to happen in 2023. The systemic problems that we have, that hemorrhages with no accountability or balance, that is not going to change in 2023. Nobody is going to come in and change it because the system feeds off itself. So we need a complete leap from that space. And I don't see any of these actors. They're just a bunch of...
Is it not the people that are the problem? The people is the problem then. Because the politicians are just part of the people.
Yeah, well, that's a greater point. That's a philosophical point.
Those who were alive when they say Nigeria was doing well and was competitive, that was during regional government, there was competition. That was a system that actually would have benefited us more, because we don't really need to care what is going on in the north in terms of if they are doing well or what is going on in the south or east. Everybody will be focused.
You know what I would like to, you know what I would like to see over here? I would like to see a bunch of very clever senior lawyers go and challenge the Nigerian constitution as to its legality, and challenge every constitution in Nigeria from the birthing constitution of the country to declare them an illegality and revert us back to where we were. You know, and then we can, because we've never, apart from the birthing, which might not even be a constitution of the people have never had a constitution to serve the way they want to progress the country. What is it? Abdul Salami gave us a constitution, a man from Niger State, and is telling you it's the people's constitution. Look at where it has led us now. The whole thing is a nonsense.
Yes. One man, what you just said.
My question now is,
you should hold Obasanjo responsible for that.
One man, what you just said now. Look at what happened during Obasanjo time. If we actually people, the lawyers or politicians who actually are making moves to challenge the status quo, what happened to them? Bola was killed by his, I would say Obasanjo because he was the president then. People like Harry Marshall was gone down. Williams, those are the people that actually see that, okay, this tradition we are following, it's not going to be the right thing. But what happened to them? They take them out. That is how this system that we choose operates. Even those lawyers, if they assemble themselves, they disappear one by one. Because some people.
No, I don't think. If there's a strength of will, I don't think anybody will disappear.
The will have to come from the people until we fed up, until the large majority of Nigeria say, you know what, we are ready to die. Let's go and die.
Because every Nigerian is a hostage, as we are now. You know, because you are being held against your will in a space that you don't want to be. So every Nigerian is a hostage. You know,
is that fair? I think we feel disempowered. I think that's where the problem is. I've said it before.
Is that not hostage? Is that not hostage?
We are disempowered. The system rule us out. We are not important when it comes to this system because they will select them people.
Ovie, one man raised one critical questions, and I've always maintained my interest in how. You see, one man, you made a very valid point, but how do we approach it? Because if all these lawyers now stand up, where exactly are they going to challenge this illegality or legality of this 1999 constitution?
I know where you're going, because you are saying that the judicial system at the hierarchy that will make that decision is prejudiced against that decision. But that is where the lawyers have to be at their most potent. So,
what about the Supreme Court?
If it's just that's at the level that, because at that sort of thing will only be at the Supreme Court. But even if it's to document that challenge, another thing that I've always thought they should do is to challenge all the military administrations that we have had in Nigeria and declare it as an illegality. It's an act of treason. It's an act of treason.
But now the Supreme Court we are talking about, the legal constitution is actually responsible for the setting up of this Supreme Court. Now,
yes,
how will the Supreme Court now act against himself? Because that is what I learned from what all this Ilana Yoruba they did in Ekiti and in Osun State, because they've already challenged it, but now they reached an impasse whereby the court that is going to rule over you is functioning within the same framework of that constitution. So I think our issue is more of political solution than legal solution. And how is it political? Is it if people can rise up, people of strong will, for example, and say enough is enough. Because I will be so happy if that suggestion can just happen and some people just rise up. I will set this constitution aside. But unfortunately,
yeah, but how would that happen? What does that mean?
Now, okay,
hold on. Can you hold on, please, Ovie? How does that happen, Ola?
Because that's where I'm confused too. Because I'm confused. Because what I think is, if we can find a way to hold another sovereign constitutional conference, like what people have been saying, that is to say,
but it's stymied by the constitution that you say that the legality obliges itself to uphold.
Yes.
Yeah, but what we are saying is that the people now say we don't want this constitution because, for example, constitutions are made for the people and not people.
No, but the people have said that severally. Have the people not said that?
But yeah, wait, guys. In America, God said that we copied. Maybe it's just some guys that wrote their own constitution too. How is it? I mean, they were not military guys, but it was just some guys that wrote the constitution.
I think the American Constitution was subject to mass approval. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they didn't just write it; they subjected it to.
No.
You can say something on that. Can I say something on that? Kolata, the way you said it, it makes it sound like Jefferson and the rest.
The so-called founding fathers.
Yeah, they went into one Quran, just write it and just give it to the people in the United States. No, that's not how it worked. They wrote it, Jefferson and some people drafted it, and they sent it to each state. Sent it to their own.
That's how I understood it as well. Yeah.
And they ratified it.
Yes. Before they ratified it. So
it's subjected to the will of the people.
So, but in the case of Nigeria, nobody it's some group of Fulanis just went Koro and with one Igbo guy and just
Abdul Salam drafted by an Igbo guy.
What is no?
Kulata. Now you made a point about the Supreme Court. We don't forget that the Supreme Court judges now politicians they are appointed. You appoint people that will loyal to your government. People that will never go against your government. Let's get that first. So Supreme Court, to me, is not the issue. Now, talking about the American Constitution, national man, I disagree with you. Now, group of men sit down, write down. Now, we're not subjected to constitutional review as time goes. They don't review that constitution for over almost 11 times. You understand? And that is what Nigeria is doing. That's what is happening now.
That's what we're lacking. Exactly.
Yeah. So now the same process, but it takes time for them. I mean, even the land achievement that the American people achieve, it takes blood now. Before women are allowed to vote, it takes bloodshed. Before black people are allowed to know, it takes bloodshed. So that is the situation we find ourselves. Now, for us to actually make another option that we have is that how do we educate our citizens enough that instead of calling Abuja every time they insult, they criticize the center guy, can we focus on our own immediate leaders? I mean, for God's sake,
we can't focus. No, you don't get it. We can't focus on our immediate leaders because you can say they should be doing the little they can in terms of the capacity that they do have. But the Nigerian system so centralizes. We saw it now with Sanwo-Olu when he was humiliated. Hold on. When he was humiliated when he was trying to stand down a police functionary who said he needed direction from the... So the system is too centralized for us to really hold our localized political space well, yes, we can, but really that's not where the problem is, by my reckoning.
That's why I said the other option that we have, because this overhauling that we want, it might not happen, it might happen, and it might take blood for it to happen. But because we are here now, we can't just give it up on like that. The only movement, the only thing we can do to achieve any significant progress is for us to focus on our immediate leaders. Every constituency in Nigeria has budgets. Me and you don't know how much.
But Ovie,
do we know? You are trying to interrogate them enough.
Ovie, but what that will achieve is to try and optimize a defective system. How about we fix that defective system itself so it runs by itself? I think what one man said, but I don't think we can trash the Constitution. I think we should have lawyers challenge controversial parts of the Constitution, challenge them constantly. But I don't, at this point in time, I just don't think we can discard it anymore.
It's not. Sorry to cut you short. It's not even lawyers that need to challenge the Constitution. The governors need to challenge the Constitution. All they need to do.
Yes, that's true. You're right.
Take the issue of security. Yeah? Just form your own state police. Let the federal government go to court, and then you guys go and challenge the Constitution there. You know, because the Constitution was just form your own. Then let them go to court. Then you guys beat each other there. The governors need to do that.
Your governor will not do anything if there is no fire in his house. We, the citizen of Lagos, we need to stand up and say, you know what, enough is enough. How much are we getting in this place? How are we spending it? And that is another way to actually curtail them from stealing our money. If they cannot steal our money to re-elect themselves again, guess what? They will find another means. That means we are now on equal stand. So it's very easy for us. If you want to criticize the number one citizen, but no, you ain't going to achieve anything. But if your senator, who for the past 4 years we did on his ass, guess what? Whoever wants to succeed them, he will think twice.
That's why I say we should make our accounts public, and also Lagos State Police is slightly different from other states because the Lagos people decide to augment what they pay the police and the benefits or whatever. So the state governments can do stuff, but they just choose not to do it in terms of making the security better.
And again, I think the most valuable change you can actually achieve as a people is for us to find a common. Let every state has its own a little bit of autonomy, so that all these
but that requires a constitution. That's restructuring now.
Yeah, but my brother, one man. You see, the reason why we are here today is nobody but Obasanjo. Obasanjo is greed at the time.
My God.
Obasanjo's greed at the time is the reason why we are where because when the Babangida brought Obasanjo out, then there were a lot of people who went to Obasanjo and pleaded with him that before we go enter into this democratic regime, that we should first of all change that constitution. Obasanjo was eager to be president, and he said, "No, let us just get rid of the military first. Then later we will change the constitution." Those guys, them Bola Ige and others, they knew then
that I'm sorry, that information I don't know where you got it. So
it's in the public opinion.
Is it from the same space that told us that the Ghanaian president endorsed Peter Obi?
No. This is a very public. It's a very public information in the public space out there.
Radio Biafra.
Obasanjo had nothing to do with 1999 constitution. As a matter of fact, that was the constitution that brought him to power. So
you just got me wrong. You got me wrong. Now I didn't say he had anything to do with it. I said he was approached for the constitution to be changed before we go into the democratic this thing that we are in today.
But there's a process to change. There's a process to change it. You can't single-handedly change it. There's a process.
Yeah, but there were people who were behind him at the time. Say, listen, the military are going. Let us don't go into this democratic setting with this.
No, I'm not buying it because at that point you were almost creating another delay for the military to continue staying when all of us were fed up with the military.
I think what ICE is saying, I think it's true because back then, political leaders in the West were calling for sovereign national conference. They were putting pressure on Obasanjo that, look, this constitution fits for no purpose. Let us sit down and, work out the new constitution that can work with us. Wole Soyinka, Afenifere, Tinubu, this particular Tinubu, Alliance for Democracy, all of them were putting pressure on Obasanjo at the early stage of his leadership then. But Obasanjo did not go their own way because of so many reasons. We had we just, came out from a political problem badly managed by the military. And for him to go into that kind of conference as then, that might trigger or run us into another serious political problem. So I thought Obasanjo was trying to stabilize the government that, okay, I just came in, let me stabilize it. Maybe later we can do it. And which he actually did in 2005. I think he organized a
sovereign conference.
So, yeah, you can organize a conference like that. So, but Akim
Obasanjo
hold on,
everything he achieved.
Akim is right. Yeah. Akim is right. There was pressure on him at the early stage of his of him in government in 1999 that yes, let us have sovereign national conference. The constitution, we didn't see the constitution because even as at the day of his swearing in, he didn't see the constitution before that day. Even that constitution was not printed. It was in paper that they used to swear in him on that day of its inaugural day. So I just want to chip in that Akim is right. So yeah, there was pressure on him. Yes.
Yes. Obasanjo was brought out from prison by people and make him the president. Do you think he not agreed to Sokan 10 before they actually agreed to put him on the ticket?
Well, let us not go into that route. Let us not go.
Speculative. I'm not sure.
Let us not go to that. But common sense tells us that he cannot do what they were asking him to do then, because he just assumed office as the president, and you wanted him to go straight into writing the constitution when he has not even sat down, when he has not even started doing everything he promised the people. So,
we are saying the same thing now. I said, yes, I know he cannot do it because he must have agreed to say, okay, I will not temper with those these days before they actually put him on that ticket.
You are speculating. You are speculating.
Some people bring out someone from prison now, one man. Who in be as at that time? Now people bring and give him power now. They just can't give you power like that.
You are speculating that he agreed not to change the constitution, and I'm not quite sure how you reach
it's not even an option for him. That's a speculation. They will not give you power when they know that you can overdo and undo. If they cannot predict you, they will not give you power. But my criticism of Obasanjo is that
I think you vest too much on these people that whoever they are that you seem to so I don't know, man, but that's just speculation.
This is what I'm saying.
At that time, Abacha just died and Abiola just died, and this guy Obasanjo was come out from prison. You can see a situation whereby they will tell him, okay, don't rock the boat, we don't want to take any risk. But what Ovie, he doesn't have to be told. As a matter of fact, he could just read the room and say, this is not a good time to start writing constitution because if we leave the meeting in place.
That's so more coherent.
You guys are misunderstanding me here. Misunderstanding me here. Nobody will support you at that level.
All right. Okay. No, I think you've made that point. All right. Thank you, Ovie.
Again.
Ovie, please. Okay. I want to hear a different voice. Let me hear from Mr. Dan, who has not spoken at all. Mr. Dan, good to have you. Mr. Dan. Is that
Dan? Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's Dan Juma.
Look at that. They've released you from Area 10. Where have you been?
Don't mind this work. Well, it's just busy at work, all those things. Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm not be coming to online, but well, maybe these days I will be joining you people because I took my holiday. So.
Oh, did you go home?
Not really, but but I'm planning to travel to Italy, not going home.
Okay.
I think I need to go to Italy to go and spend quality time with my friends there.
All right. All right.
Yeah, but about this constitution, I think Ajale Koko was very, very right because I listened to this former president of Indigo. I watched Arise News when he was talking about this constitution.
Is that Nwodo?
He said, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now you understand. Yeah. Then he said he was the minister of, I think, Minister of Information. Yeah. He said he too never saw the constitution until when they saw the swear them in. So although before I was blaming Obasanjo, but sometimes in extent I don't blame him too because the situation then it was a little bit critical because if he should say he should go home to maybe bring the new constitution, maybe because that Nigeria was a little bit not strong because of because then total leader of Nigeria, like the way this guy said right now, Kudira Abiola died, and Abacha he died, and those leaders, the people who love them, they are very angry. Any slightest mistake, it will jeopardize even Nigeria's sovereign union. So I think those are the reasons that maybe he think that he did. But 2004, he made a national conference, 2004, before he left the office. But it's just that the problem I'm having with Nigeria leader, they have the will to do, but that political will to sign it and implement it, that is the problem. They can make conference, look at Jonathan, he do the same thing, but that political will to sign it and approve it, that is the problem. And I'm sorry, I want to deviate small. To Nigeria, I always follow you. I always listen to you for any platform. Please, what you believe on, keep saying it because I remember a lot of people always attack you, but you are not speaking for yourself. You speak for a lot of Nigeria. I just need to recommend you for that. Seriously, I always even
don't encourage him now. He's always talking jibba jabba. Now
no.
Come on, man. I have to take praises where I get it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem. You speak for a lot of people. Yeah, you understand. Sometimes you encourage me. Sometimes because I'm sorry. Even my skirt, I was supporting Obi, but sometimes when I see the way he will take this, I'm sorry, I should not say all. The way they take this issue now, it make me scared. I'm sorry. I don't want to.
It's a tribal space now. We've always said so, and it's a tribal
not
space.
Not only tribal. Let me just make my point now. I think I was with one of my friends. He's a good guy. He's an Igbo guy. He's very good and he's very vast. But yesterday we were discussing about about Nigeria. So he showed me picture of a second Niger bridge. I say, wow, this I say, well, in this aspect, Buhari, I'm not his fan, but he tried for this. I say because a lot of government have promised this second Niger bridge, they didn't build it. I say for him to at least do one major something from the east, I think I really appreciate this. The guy was very angry. He said, why will I give kudos to Buhari? I say no, but from this aspect, I'm not telling you generally because when you talk about security and otherwise, I agree with you about Buhari is the worst president Nigeria ever had. But when you talk about infrastructure and some other things that I see, I think Buhari is the president I see that he did a lot of infrastructure. I know that it's not good in economy. I say because I see it's not good in economy. That is true. I agree with you. But the guy was very angry because there's something I discover in most of them, because sometimes when you are talking to them, when they hate someone and maybe you see good thing about the person, they're angry with you too. So it's a little bit complicated. I said, let me tell you something. Me, I'm not against anyone, but I want, before Nigeria should go to election, this constitution must be changed. Because if this constitution not changed, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, Obi will come. He will not do nothing. Even Obi says later we will come to this platform and tell you Buhari even better than Obi. I'm telling you the truth. Look, why can't you look since 1999? The more Nigeria is going to democracy, let's assume, the more Nigeria is changing president, the more it become worst. Why can't we ask ourselves? Obasanjo, we say Obasanjo was bad, but today, I think since democracy, I will tell you Obasanjo is the best president. And when Obasanjo leave the office, we say Yaradua is good. Then we say Yaradua is bad, although he's not really spent quality time. But when Jonathan came, we say Jonathan is bad. But Jonathan left now. I think we are calling Jonathan Messiah now. And now we say Buhari is bad. So let Buhari leave now. Peter Obi came now. You will see the same people, me and you, we came online talking rubbish. Because you know why? Because Nigeria constitution will never let
we
Nigeria.
Don't talk rubbish. Settle down. Carry on.
No, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry for that. But
I know. Carry on.
So, but the thing is that Nigeria need to know what they want. But for the moment right now, I think the constitution is the best thing for we to, go for right now. So that let every region, it's not really necessary that maybe, because the thing, Nigeria as a whole, giving to one person to control everything, control economic, it's too much for the person. When you break, let's assume, okay, like 8 regions, the way this Obadiah Lafia, this man from Sata Kaduna, yeah, he is dead right now. I think he died last year. But the man said, he said, like, Nigeria should be having 8 regions. 4 in north, 4 in south. Okay, good and fine. Then we have like like prime minister, one, maybe someone who will be controlling those regions. You understand? Everything they want from themselves, the prime minister will provide those things for them. Not that you will be expecting president will give you light, he will give you all this thing. These are the way forward I see here. Because when you say you want one person who can control everything in Nigeria, my dear, even this man, Dele Farotimi, he said so clear. He said even 100 people with the best brain, they will face particular with this current constitution. So I believe Nigeria should, this clamoring of OB and the rest, for me, they could have China into clamoring for new constitution. That is what I want to say. Thank you very much for giving me audience.
All right, brilliant, well put. Brilliant, well put. Sorry, Ovie, that I stopped you, but I wanted to document Dan Joma's voice so that I know that every voice has been heard. So, gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off here. I want to keep it under 5 hours today. Apologies for people who have not felt that they fully fleshed out, but that's how it's been going these days. It ebbs and flows. So, to start to round off, to land on, of course, nowhere else, Ajanle Koko, we'll kick off the rounding off with IPOB, who joins us for the first time, hopefully not the last time. So IPOB, we're taking closing remarks. So our final thoughts from you. IPOB.
Okay.
Are you still eating chicken? You can
no. I have to unmute. I'm sorry.
Carry on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You remember I was talking with you earlier, but I have to leave the studio, because something came up. I have to go, but I'm fine right now. So tomorrow I'm going to be here. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, one man, for giving me the privilege to be on your platform. I mean, I've been on the chat recently. Of course, I was criticizing you, but we are all good. We are all Nigerians. So so I'm glad to be here. But my final submission to this platform today that we are all Nigerians. All of us came to oversee to find our greener pasture. So when we come here, regardless of your opinion, what everybody wants, different opinion, we are all brothers. So I mean, I love every Nigerian. So we just have to pray. Hopefully, we get a better candidate. It's not going to be, it's not going to be a year, 10 or 2 years, or It might be 10 years, 8 years, after the person's second time, before Nigeria can find, their future. But we just have to pray. Okay, that's my final submission.
All right, brilliant. Well posed. And join us again. I think I'm sure we want to hear more from you.
Oh, so definitely.
So from you, we go on to Ice, who sometimes comes as Hakim. So Ice, closing remarks. Ice, Vanilla Ice.
Oh, one man, I'm here, one man.
Yeah, closing remarks.
Okay. I didn't really make any contribution on my own, but I was kind of interjecting within people's contribution. It's fine anyway. So I was just going to say that you see, on the issue of electricity, the Senate had already passed a bill, and hopefully that bill goes through the House, and then the president assigned to it. So this idea of Atiku policy, there will be no need for it. So whoever comes into government will just work with that policy. And on the issue of the airline, I think politics is part of it. Elections is coming, and after that.
All right. All right. So I think Ice has been interrupted by real life. But thank you, Ice. So let's go on from Ice to Danjuma, who reappears on the platform after a period of hiatus. So Danjuma, final thoughts.
Well, seriously, I don't have much to say. I'm so happy to join you people platform this morning. I saw Ovid there. He was really, counter everyone. So I'm so happy that I saw him today. So the only thing I saw in Nigeria that the only way forward for me, I think that national conference or maybe that Nigeria constitution must be changed, because this is only my submission, because I believe that before we went to 2023 election, we should change this Nigeria 1999 constitution. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, brilliant. So that's Danjuma from Germany. Stay away from what's that guy Tony though? It's a wild one. So stay away from Tony. So that was Danjuma. So from Danjuma, we go on to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, to you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Yeah, I think a lot has been said. For me, what I think it's talking about, first of all, I just want to address OVA on the constitution he talked about. You need to go read history very well. I don't know how you come about some certain things you say here. Every constitution should be subjected to some kind of referendum, however it's done. People have to pass a vote of confidence on it, if they have confidence or not. So your history, I don't know how you got it. I'm open to any debate with you on that in the future, maybe on one man pass platform, or maybe your own very platform, like you said you have. Having said that, excuse me, sorry, I just finished this thing. My final submission will be on the airline thing that was the major topic on one man's platform today. For me, you see a country that is not well structured. This is what we get. These people, they earn this money. They should be given their money, and you don't give them that. You don't allow them to remit their money. That in itself, it's a capital flight. You know, the billions of dollars, if not millions of dollars, that will be going out from the system because of so many foreign airlines doing business. You see, one man, I've wanted to talk. That was my main topic that really brought me on a platform, actually, along with Atiku. But I won't be able to condense it the way I would like to speak about it. But I think Nigeria is a mess.
Go on, give it a go. Because it's not,
well, you see, for me, it's just the economic policy of. It didn't just start with Buhari, with the old government that has ever ruled Nigeria. This airline, they deserve their money. So, but then you're not allowing them to have their money. I mean, that's in itself, it's we know what is behind it is the corruption. This airline is one said in the past, okay, can we have our tickets sold in dollars? I think there was one headline, news headline in the past, And in Nigerian, I think aviation people said, no, you cannot do that. It's Nigeria, it's local, you have to collect it, you have to accept the local currency. So they've been finding a way out of the whole quagmire of this, getting their money out of the system. But we know how it plays, what has happened to that money. Why would they not run out of Nigeria? I mean, if they stop coming to Nigeria, I mean, like you said, Wordman, they have creditors, these airlines. They have creditors that they have to pay. Maybe they've asked Boeing or they ask Airbus to supply them these planes, and then maybe they got it on credit. They have to pay them. So how do you expect them to make their money, even pay their staff? Well, man, there's a lot to be said on that. Let me just condense it so that you can run up. Maybe in the subsequent session, if we are able to talk more about that, I would love to talk about it. All right. Good morning, good night, and good afternoon.
All right, brilliant to output. So brilliant to output. So thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, let's go on to Tunaja. Tunaja, we're taking closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. About the constitution, I think maybe we shouldn't blame all our problems on constitution, not even half of it. There's a lot of things that can be done by the federal government and by the local state governments, because most of our problems is because we are not proactively pushing for these things to be solved. It's just there to be solved. None of them need anybody to do anything. I've even seen a private citizen build the road because he didn't need the constitution to do that. It's just our people always are conditioned to think that there's something up there that is stopping them. The leaders are not doing what they are supposed to do. The people are not doing what they are supposed to do. Instead, we are busy talking about paper. The German constitution, from what I gather, is actually written by the occupying forces that occupy the country and wrote the law for them. I'm sure the Japanese one is probably tied to the Western powers that defeated them and then wrote the constitution. Guess what? We were colonized when we first got our constitution. We even had our own leader modify some of the constitution. So I think that part of the argument is a little bit overstated, that it's going to solve our problems, because the people is the real problem. The people haven't made up their mind that they want to take charge of their country. How much do they pay in tax? How much do they pay into the state to fix the state? They don't do anything to fix the state. Most Western people in these countries pay into the system. You talked about kerosene being 90%, increased 90%. You know what is happening there? Inflation is inflicting it on the people. But when you ask them to pay into it, they will refuse. When they pay into it, that problem wouldn't exist. But they will refuse to solve the problem themselves until it is inflicted on them. Every time they tell them they should remove fuel subsidies, we refuse. But inflation alone is beating us about 30% every single year, because we're having 17% inflation every year at least. By the time we get that, and then within a couple of years, all that money is gone into inflation. The 600 naira that they say that petrol is going to go to, I bought petrol this year 400 naira per liter already. So guess what's going to happen next year? It's going to hit that 600 naira, because we refuse to do the hard things. We think we are going to get out of this mess without doing hard things.
All right. Sum it up, tonight.
I think that until Nigerians realize that they have the power to change it, and they have to grit their teeth and be prepared that, yes, it's going to be hard for a few years, but it's going to lead to a better solution. That is what we need to do. We need to do the hard work. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always brilliantly put by Tunaja. Another man of equal brilliance, Ola, that is that time of the day again.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your contributions. And in a thing like this, that's the only way we can sit down and discuss our problem and discuss the solution going forward. The only thing we should not be doing is we should not be finding a way to just praise those people that brought us to this level. Because when I learned today that Buhari is building infrastructure, because to me, I was grieved a bit, because how come you are building infrastructure that unemployment is increasing? I think infrastructure is supposed to create job and reinflate your economy so that people will get job. But reverse is the case in Nigeria. You are going down, and yet someone is claiming to create infrastructure. How come the past government that didn't claim to build infrastructure like this, their own project created job for people? It's just like you are saying, oh, we now produce rice more than we used to import. But how come the bag of rice is still more expensive, like almost times 5, almost times 3 of when we were importing? and you claim to be producing all those things, you will see that all these things are lies. Please never have any pity for any politician. Know how to ask questions and know how to defend yourself against any. Don't show any sympathy because they are supposed to serve us. Other than that, I just want to appeal to everyone to let us try to thumb up and like and share this. This is the only way we can contribute. We've seen the government trying to gag AIT, Silverbed and Co. At least they cannot gag us for now. Please let us talk and enlighten our people. Other than that, thank you, everyone. Have a good day wherever you are. See you later.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Ola. And sorry you were not able to. I didn't come around to you, but it happened. It's been happening like that in some instances these days. Sometimes some spaces are taken so heavily that by the time I look at the time, I'm just thinking I have to come off the screens. So thank you, Ola. So we go from Ola to Ovie. Ovie, that time of the day again.
Thank you, Rational Man. I accept your offer anytime, any day. Let's debate it. The American Constitution was signed into law by 41 men in Philadelphia, September 17 to be precise, in 1787. They were under lock and key with armed men surrounding the building. Even out of that 41 men, 3 were not present. But when the signature was signed on their behalf anyway. So now men put them together. But I'll take your offer any day, anytime. Let's come and debate it. Maybe today I don't debate that constitution. Even in the classroom, I don't do it. Anyway, yes, the truth about our Nigerians is that it's very difficult to say they won't write off the constitution. I think it's not going to be possible. The most viable thing for all the citizens to do is to actually focus on our immediate constituency and hold our representative accountable for every kobo that is coming to that constituency. None of us can say, oh, this is how much my state governor is even collected from the federal government. We don't know. So we don't know how they spend them. We just let them drive luxury cars and we hail them. The day we will take it upon ourselves and say, come, you are my senator. You must account for how much comes to my constituency. By so doing, we are starting to actually play our own role as a citizen because we are cheerleaders at this point. We don't know our role. And that is why these men can do and undo. The governors and the other elective officials, they've succeeded in actually putting us against the president of the federation, which is wrong. The president don't need to know you or know where you come from, but your councillor, your House of Rep member, your senator should know where you're coming from. By so doing, everybody in that community. So until we start playing our role, we are on the long team. On that note, I say on our politics.
All right, brilliant. So that's Ovie, the last son of the Agbaje family. So thank you, Ovie. So from Ovie, we go on to Kulata. Kulata, that time of the day again.
Hey, well, for me, I'm not gonna harp too much on Nigeria's problem because we talk about it every day and night. So we can talk about it tomorrow. But I need to praise this platform. Like, hey, can anybody listening say they're not entertained or they're not engaged or they just don't want to jump into the screen and kind of like strangle me or strangle one man or give Ovie a punch in the face? This is
I think everybody wants to give Ovie just for that haircut. Everybody wants to give him a punch in the face.
So this is the best. This is honestly, I mean, jokes aside, I'm addicted to this platform now. This is the best platform. During the week that sometimes I can't join, it pains me. But hey, it is what it is. We have to eat. So like, share, and subscribe. Try and join. Put your voice in. And for those on the chats that start cursing us out, a lot of them are Obi supporters. Sucks to be you. You can join and come and defend Obi's record.
You know that Aizon is starting to make a project out of you. Yeah,
I know.
He's done his project.
Aizon needs to come and show me the mathematics that turn 7.5 billion to 8 billion and make that 70%. I'm waiting for that math to happen. But it's all fun. It's all fun and games. But I'm not gonna no sub story from me tonight. Everybody take care of yourselves. Talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. So that's Kulata, the man with the data. So the man with the data, but the man with all the sense. Ajale Koko is come lately, but the session never complete until people hear from Ajale Koko. The final word from the great man.
Thank you, one man. And let me thank everybody that platform today. Your contribution meaningful, purposeful, well educative, well informative as well. And I hope tomorrow, when one man bring a new round of news, we shall all join in and trash it out together. Other than that, look, it's sad. Yeah, it's
you're breaking off, Ajale Coco. Yeah.
Can you hear? You hear me, one man?
Yes, we can now. Carry on from that spot.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Can you hear
carry
me
on
now?
from carry on from where you are now. Yeah.
Okay. Nigeria as a country is bleeding and slowly dying. At this, it may look like the heartbeat is too fast, and it looks like it can give up the ghost anytime. What role are we going to play, we the people, to save the country? We have a role to play. Yes, we have a role to. We have been talking about constitution and people who have to serve governor, your elective representative also. All people you have representing or as if they are representing you now, represent your interests. They can never save that country. They can't, except you vote a set of people that believe strongly in change of that country, in the right constitution that lead the promised land. So we have to think who we are going to vote for. Who is the person that heuristic there? Who person that is idea is manifesto can save us and can take us in a new direction and make that country a futuristic country. None of these people, it is Atiku. It's not Obi as well. They are all people. You have to look for a different. If you believe that, hey, you can do it, if as you are being told, or being accepted, or as you have accepted that, oh, okay, structure, but he have people as structure, you should as well believe in Sowore that yes, Sowore can do it as well. He have plan, is online and study it, but most of the time, all of us are very weak, very lazy people. We don't know anything. Go and study AAC Constitution, go and learn and study manifesto. So that is to the promised land. AC is with the leadership of Sowore, take you out of darkness into brightness, brighter and better future coming generation. Other than that, I don't want to take too much time of one man. Let me thank those people at the commentary section from our brother Gomez, Chairman Board of Trustee Woman Wentomo, Alessandra Akashi, I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Every other person there, thank you. Back tomorrow. Strength of the platform. Let's come back and do it again. To do it best. And to our listeners around the world, please, as we are winding down, please participate. Do your own now. You can save this country. You can participate by clicking on the like button. Click on the like button, share and subscribe so that you can help the YouTube algorithm of platform. We have pick up. We are speaking. We are saying our own right now. You can join this platform as well. Come and say your own. Come and, present your own idea and let us know who you are. We must not hide ourselves anymore. We must participate in one thing or the other, to save that country. Otherwise, we have no country in not too long time. We will have no country anymore. It is dying. It is breaking down. Economic towards disaster. Financially bankrupt already. It is financially bankrupt. Nigeria is financially bankrupt. Economically, that my fear is for that country not to run into disaster. It's my fear because that affect everything. That will country that will sink it completely and very, very impossible to bring up again. That is my fear. We see Emirates running out of the country. A lot of international organizations out of the country. Even in the sector where we have comparative advantage over any other in Africa, which is oil and gas sector. Between 2015 and 2019, we only at 4.5 investment. In that sector, we have comparative advantage others in the country. I mean, in Africa, only 4.5 is investment in the whole of Africa. Foreign investor, Africa, we only attract only 4.5, and we are saying that we still have a country. It's gone. It's gone. So save it, and let me give greatest thanks to one man. I thank you so much for coming, for bringing us to all the time. Bring it on again tomorrow. New round of news. I promise you we shall join you and trash it out. Continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. You have a good evening and good weekend as well. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So Ajan Lekoko came laterly, but I'm sure you're all glad that he did turn up. But you have to understand that Ajan Lekoko, like many people, he balances a busy life to spend time with us here. So we must always be appreciative of the time that he spends with us. So I'm going to round off, but I want to show you something that I saw while Sergeant Lekoko was speaking that especially struck me. So I'm not going to trail it. I'm just going to pop it on your screen and then talk you through why it strikes me. So look at this this young lady, this young girl. What strikes you about her? Those are blue eyes. So those are blue eyes, and she's a full black girl. So and of course she's from the southeast. So the genetic mix of the southeast is something that has always somewhat struck me. There's a particular genetic mix in the southeast because largely they have light-skinned people, and their physiology is somewhat different from the norm. So this is this girl now with striking blue eyes, as you see on a blonde European. And here she is all the way through. Even more striking here, I think we saw another incarnation somewhere in the middle belt where another girl presented in this form. So is this the evolution? I don't want to say mutation of the black person now evolving. Because you have to understand that the black person carries all of the DNAs of all known humans. So it is not really, it's not strange, maybe an anomaly, but it's certainly consistent with the DNA that we do carry, because they say the Eastern African person is the complete human being, because that East African woman, not the East African person, but the East African woman is the complete human being, because every genotype of every known human type, she carries it, and she's the only person on this planet that carries the DNA of all humankind. And that, of course, somewhat pivots into the striking pictures that you're seeing. So there it is right there. blue-eyed, lovely girl from Nigeria. So that struck me, and I just wanted to present it to you. So there it is, and there it is, and here we are. So that's the session. It's been and gone. So I'm going to try to be keeping the sessions under 5 hours because I think it's somewhat ungodly to be spending 6 hours. I want to try and be having 2 time slot, an earlier session and a later session. But I don't want to be spending more than 6, no more than 7 hours on the screens. So the earlier sessions will be capped around about 2 hours, and then the latter session will be capped around about 5 hours. If you can get it even lesser than that, then that's fine. But if I'm spending 3 hours in an early session, spending 6 more hours, then that's just somewhat of an unpleasantness. So hopefully we've made it pleasant today. Like Ajanle Koko invited, and as you're seeing on your screen, like, share, and subscribe. You hear that on every platform. You hear no differently from here. It's all for reasons of the YouTube algorithm because it propels the channel. So if you haven't clicked on the like button, then click on it as I'm speaking now. And if you notice that the subscription button is showing red, click on that to turn it gray. So haven't done that, come join me in the come join me in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave it here, carry conversation with you in comment section, but here I say peace.